Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me for another episode of Interviews with Entrepreneurs in South Africa. Today, I am super excited to be talking to one of my dearest friends and longtime mentors, Colleen Jack. For those of you watching, Colleen has mentored me through some of the toughest transitions in my career, and I feel super blessed to be talking to her today with all of you. So, Colleen, if you will just tell us a little bit more about yourself and your business.
Okay. And so firstly, Millie, you know how I feel about you. I do consider myself incredibly privileged to have you in my circle under my tree. And so it's an absolute pleasure to be here. So I have a background in the clothing industry. I won't say how long ago, but yes, it's now 30 years, so that ages me. But I started in the clothing industry specializing as a pattern maker and a grader. And over the years, I've taken that specialization into consulting. And so I will consult clothing houses on their basic blocks and how to get their fit standardized for their service that they offer to their customers. And so sizing is always an issue, and there are many ways to work sizes and work the correct sizes, but it all hangs off the basic block in developing the fit for their customers' range. I also consult on how to cost garments on a standard costing so that you know whether or not to produce the garment. And I promise you it'll save every client 1,000 drops of tears and bank managers from pulling their hair out. And then, of course, how to develop cutting orders and why cutting orders are so important. I will also consult on how to develop your ranges and how to develop the styles within that range and how many of that style per colorway, per size, one would need to cut in order to break even. And so, yes, that is imperative that more and more young designers entering into the market or hobbyists who need to now create an income off their sewing have the tools in order to make making garments cost effective and pleasurable and valuable, that they can actually cost it with their time involved and make money off their designs.
So for those of you who are watching, I know Colleen's not likely to mention this, so I'm going to mention it right now. I actually met Colleen Jack in Marianne Fazler's studio, and she also spent many years working for Clive Rundle. So this really is the pinnacle of South African talent in the fashion industry that we have the privilege of speaking to today.
Okay, and so yes, I am a master pattern maker and a master grader, and I have consulted anything from correctional services making vests where we can produce a vest in 4 minutes from cut, make to finish, wow, to consulting Oprah Winfrey with Marianne Fazler. When Oprah Winfrey opened the Leadership Academy in South Africa, they consulted with me on getting the blazers fitted specifically for South African young girls, because we do have unusual body shapes in South Africa. And then, of course, I was very privileged to be able to exhibit with Clive Rundle at New York Fashion Week in the gardens. So that was amazing. Actually, in the library of New York Fashion Week. So yes, I have a skill set of understanding clothing from couture all the way down to making a t-shirt.
And I've been to a couple of your workshops and things, and I was absolutely amazed and stunned at your depth of experience and knowledge that you're able to share with your students.
Yeah, so when I realized that colleges, and there are about 30 independent colleges in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, Mel, it's around there, that are producing degrees, diplomas, or honors degrees in the clothing industry, that I was having to dumb down my coaching sessions with them as a mentor. I developed a masterclass. There are 7 masterclasses that we run, specifically tailored to people entering into the clothing industry, whether they're designers or people who've always had a love for fashion who are now looking to earn an extra income. And so these masterclasses serve to take somebody through the basics without having to go and study for 3 years, because we are not necessarily interested in producing more pattern makers, but we are interested in producing entrepreneurs who understand how to audit a pattern, or how to cost a garment, or how to put a cutting order together so that the factory will produce what you've asked them to produce in the time that you've asked them to produce. And what happens with your offcuts, what happens with your pattern and your intellectual capital and your intellectual property when you let those patterns out to a factory, or you ask a pattern maker to make your designs, what happens with that IP? So yes, those masterclasses serve for entrepreneurs in the clothing industry.
I think that's such a valuable service that you offer as a bridge between what the existing institutions are doing and what is needed. Because I think there are a lot of people who start up as fashion designers who really experience challenges in a lot of those tiers that you were talking about earlier, because they don't have that knowledge to bridge that gap.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm going to be a little bit subversive here, saying that the problem with our education is that we are producing designers, and that, you know, producing fabulous fashion illustrations for me are absolutely useless. They do not empower you as an entrepreneur to actually enter the clothing industry and make money. You are not being paid for your fabulous illustrations. And the truth is, you know, in the old days when I studied, you would have to save up a fortune to buy the collezioni to see what was happening in Italy in the next season. Nowadays, you go onto the internet and you type in autumn, winter, fall, spring 2021, asymmetric knit designs, ladies' tops, and you wouldn't have to pick up a pencil to do any design work. Yes. And so stop calling yourself a designer. You have got nothing to do with fashion. You're in the clothing industry and you are a manufacturer. We do not need more fashion designers. We need people with artisanal skills, and where the creativity is not serving us, we need the practical, is this garment going to make money? And so I am going to sound subversive again. Most often in my mentor business coaching sessions in the clothing industry, I drown puppies and kittens. And what I mean by that is, take it from me, who's here to support you and really is very passionate about our industry, to drown your puppy or your kitten in that business session with me. Because there is a place where those creative ideas are not going to feed your family. Yes. They are wonderful creative expressions. They are not going to earn money. They will never clear the research and development costs in the time that you have wasted in your creative expression. Yes. We are here to produce an income through clothing. It has got very little to do with fashion. And there are very few fashion designers in South Africa. And they are Marion Fassler, Clive Rundle, and a few others. And Clive is the only designer, and I have freelanced for many, many South African designers who will actually give me an original picture drawn in his hand. Not from the collezioni, not can you do this with this, and here's a picture, and look at this, and you see that shape. He will draw original drawings. Very few other designers will give me an original drawing. Most South African designers were, can you copy this garment exactly? Yes,
yes. Now, our clothing industry has shrunk, certainly since the 70s, when it kind of was in its heyday. What do you think the keys are to rejuvenating and regenerating the industry?
I've said it already, stop producing fashion designers, start producing artisanal trades. We need cutters, graders, pattern makers, sewers, finishers, ironing. We need those kind of artisanal trades. And so you and I both lived through the 80s in the clothing industry, where the pandemic of AIDS blew through factories. And I'm very proud as a woman in the clothing industry where our sisterhood would have protected people who were dying on those clothing lines until their last moment, because our sisters banded together to ensure that on average, one machinist's wage feeds 8 people. Mm. And so those women who should have survived the AIDS pandemic would have been sample hands today. And so we have an echelon of women who died out in the 80s who would now be very, very experienced sample hands. And so we lack experienced machinists who can produce a garment from a drawing without anything else to copy from. And so that is what a sample hand would be. They would produce the first garment, the test garment, to see, is the size right, is the fitting right, is the styling lines right. And so we've lost a whole echelon of sample machinists. And unfortunately, where the young women would have been coming in as young machinists who would now be quite experienced, were trained as fashion designers instead of machinists. Okay. And so we have fashion designers who are able to design, but not actually able to sew or produce a garment. And so my feeling is, get intimate with your business. You don't have to be a machinist, but you do have to know how to sew.
Okay. Okay. Those are some very valuable insights. What do you enjoy most about what you do?
I think it's about being able to climb into somebody's head and extrude the information and put it into a practical demonstration of well, this is actually how it'll look. So often with a designer, when they brought me drawings, and I did a time study of this. I once did a time study of somebody's T-shirt, and it took me 18 minutes to understand and interpret the drawing, and 4 minutes to make the pattern. And of course, I charged them for 22 minutes, because it's not the 4 minutes of pattern making, it's the knowledge in the 18 minutes that's able to extract the information. So often what I see as naive drawings is the designers have not thought properly around what fabric translation they're using. So is it a woven or is it a knit? That'll affect the block of the pattern. They haven't shown the openings. And so I spend time saying, how are you getting into this garment? Where is the opening? Is it knit so we can pull it over their heads, or is there buttoning at the back? What am I not seeing in your drawing? And so really to have a designer think through their designs practically to say, okay, how am I actually getting into this garment? What will it wear like? Who will be wearing it? And so, this glorious fitted tailored jacket with a wonderful narrow sleeve pipe. Okay, will she ever be able to drive a car and change gears? Because that fit comes with a compromise. If it's a woven jacket, she will not be able to move her arms to move onto the steering wheel. And I was a fitting model in my youth. It was one of the very, very good gifts that I studied with Gordon Flack Davidson gave me, was I was the right size to be a fitting model. And in the year that I studied with him, I learned a fortune about fit. And I can remember a designer insisting that the sleeve pipe had to be as narrow as it was. And I said to her, look, I think that's going to be a problem. And I was shushed because I was only the fitter. And I stood there for half an hour while they fitted the rest of the garment, and they had to cut me out of the sleeve. Because all the blood had pooled in my hand while I was standing like a clothes hanger. And then you learn immediately, if the model is telling you it's too tight, there's a problem. I've had a million matric dance dress girls saying, oh, it's got to be like all the way down tight. Sit.
Yes.
And the seams, the hip joints move. Yes. So understand in fittings what the difference is between a body measurement and a pattern measurement. Because in between those two measurements is garment ease, and that accommodates all the lateral movement in the body. So as the scapula move across the body and the latissimus dorsi and yes, I'm talking about anatomy here, understand the anatomy of the body. Because the minute I flex my arms, it draws in the latissimus dorsi, and that will increase the circumference. So always ask the girl to cough.
Okay.
And if she can't expand her ribs, she can't breathe. She started at the matric dance and she suddenly gets lightheaded because she hasn't been able to take a breath. Fabulous, looks fantastic, can't breathe.
Yes.
Ask people to sit, because the minute the hips move, they will move the glutimus maximus, and that will take up more space. So understand the difference between a body measurement, a pattern measurement, and in that is garment ease. And that is critical. So you can have a fitted garment, but you will still have body ease in it.
Those are such valuable insights for anybody in the clothing industry who's watching right now. Thank you so much, Colleen. And so where will we find your master classes and your courses? How can people get in touch with you if they would like to sign up and tap into your knowledge?
So there are a couple of ways. I have written a blog, so I will give you the blog post to follow. I'll email that to you now. I realize now that I've forgotten about that. Yes, I don't tend to talk about this stuff, Mel, so you've got to draw it out of me because I don't own other ones. So what I've done is that I think there are 12 posts on the blog, and they are in various different categories. And I have a philosophy that I give my knowledge away for free as much as possible. And that way you don't have to steal it. But also because we've lost so much knowledge in the clothing industry, it's absolutely vital that, you know, people like you and I who have not only survived the clothing industry, but thrived in the clothing industry, that we stand as knowledge bases for the people who are going to be coming up generationally. So I have a blog that's easily accessible, that people can go and have a read in their own time, and they cover various different things, like the difference between commercial pattern making and designer pattern making for couturier wear. There's a blog around fabric adventures and the limitations of the fabric suppliers in Southern Africa, because we have lost a lot of our mills. As you know, 1 year alone, we lost 7 mills. On average, at one point, we were losing about 1,500 factories a month.
Wow.
Producing cut, make, and trim, so CMTs. And I have to say, I have deep concerns with Edwardale at the moment. If they go under, and they are likely to during this process with COVID-19, the knock-on effect is tragic into the clothing industry with cut, make, and trims, and all of the other associated industries like printers and textiles and packaging and boxes and hangers. All of those people will not have jobs going forward. It's cataclysmic. So the blog sits there in perpetuity for a knowledge base to come back to any time they need. You can email me, so that's colleen@patternworks.co.za, and I will send out a free database of cut, make, and trim factories, fabric suppliers, digital pattern makers, and manual pattern makers. And I am expecting an uprising of manual pattern makers, with many home sews now needing to earn more income.
Yes, yes.
I do offer myself as a business coach and mentor, and there's an hourly rate associated with that. And the master classes are generally put together when we've got a group between 10 and 12 people. I like that kind of small, intimate group. It also makes incredible networking opportunities within the people there. And so those master classes I will run periodically. And
how long are the master classes for? Is it a 1 day, a 4-week process?
Mel, there are 7 classes of 3 hours each. And so there are different ways that we can do it. We can run it over 7 weeks on a Saturday morning or an afternoon, or I can run them intensely over 3.5 days with 2 sessions a day. It is intense, and we honestly use the group as a democracy to decide when to run those. You know, do they want it over 7 weeks, or do we want it quick and intense? They are intense, and within the masterclass, there's a 155-page manual that I've written or used other people's information with permission, but most of it is written, it's my own material, over 22 years of understanding and development and square rooting, and what I cover in the masterclasses is actually above and beyond what's in the manual. And at the moment, I am exploring how to put it online, because I don't think we're going to get through COVID that quickly. And I think I've always wanted them online, curated, accessible, evergreen, so that the delegates can own their own learning. And if you want to study at 2 a.m. because you can't sleep, then go and look at the learning management system and go and access it. So that is in process at the moment. And yeah, watch the space. But for the moment, we will run master classes face to face. And so at the moment, I'm not running them.
Okay.
But
I love that your master classes, you allow people to decide whether they want to do it over 7 weeks or in 3 days, and that you're that flexible. I think that's going to make them accessible to a lot more people out there.
Yeah, we found that it's always tough, because often it's still women, and often it's young women with children. And so it's always about how to get 3 hours away from young kids. And so often they would have their partners available more on a Saturday, where they could step away either in the morning or the afternoon, and hubby would step in, or partner or granny would step in, and so they could be a mom and then be a businesswoman for 3 hours and go to a class and come back. But we've also found that 7 weeks can be very difficult for a partner to manage when they've also got often side hustles. And so sometimes the 3.5 days intensive is just, you know, rope in granny, do what you need to. And if there's a housekeeper involved or a nanny involved, that it is during work hours. And so there's no extra cost for them to have to pay for a housekeeper or a nanny to come in on overtime. So yes, I do always consider who the target market is, and that it is often still young mums who are developing a line of clothing or are doing this as a side hustle.
You have shared such amazing information. Thank you. I think even people who are just watching this little clip now are going to learn a great deal from what you've shared with us today. Thank you. You always blow me away.
Can I share another passion?
Please.
And I know that this is part of your passion. And so, fabric. And so firstly, there are very few fabric suppliers, if you are going to be doing a range, that will give you originality. We're all buying from the same suppliers. And so I am passionate about how to create fabric that is a little bit more original. And of course, that's where you and I started our original adventure around, you know, bespoke dyeing cloth. But over the years, I've become more and more conscientized around how fabric is very, very water expensive. And that if we are going to be buying fabric, to understand the impact that that fabric has had before you even cut it on ecology. And so I'm absolutely passionate about creating patterns that use fabric effectively. And so the square area of a pattern rating must take into consideration the waste. And it is never waste, it's offcuts. How are we utilizing those offcuts? And so always, if you are outsourcing your cutting to a factory, ask for the offcuts. I want every little scrap. I want to decide what the scraps are. And so for me, nothing is thrown away, but like a dart. And that in itself is not thrown away. We collect those and we use that in the townships for weaving mats or filling pillows. Nothing is ever thrown away. The rest of the offcuts, anything that is at least 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters or an inch by an inch, can be used in patchworks. And so I'm passionate about patchworking. I collect all of the offcuts, and it might take me 5 years to collect the offcuts. And then I sit and cut squares on cold winter nights where maybe my family is watching something on Netflix. And it will take me about a day to create 3 meters out of scraps. And those 3 meter fabrics that are now totally original and absolutely beautiful are then converted into 1950s one-piece patterns where we are just using foldings to drape into jackets. So nothing is ever wasted in fabric. We have to be cognizant as designers that those pattern ratings must be clean. And if it means taking a little bit of a volume off so that you can get the triangles facing up and down to slip into each other, there are ways to create very, very beautiful styles with very good ratings. And so I would like to talk more about how we can create an ecologically sound and sustainable system within a system where it's already very water expensive.
I love that. Yay. So would you be open to doing a couple more of these chats with me?
I'm so open.
Oh,
so
okay.
the topics that I feel are not spoken about or educated enough from college leavers or as an entrepreneur, how to get that knowledge are how to do a proper costing, to decide whether or not to drown that puppy or kitten. How to do a proper cutting order if you're going to be using a cut, make and trim factory so that your envisioned understanding will be translated by a machinist. How to do a proper costing on your time.
Yes.
And in the clothing industry, we do not cost per hour, we cost per minute. And so how to understand what your fixed costs are in the business, and then to understand, once you have covered your fixed costs, what is your hourly rate as a laborer? And bearing in mind that the entrepreneur is the highest capital in that business. They are the highest asset, and most people never cost their time in as an entrepreneur.
Yes.
And so I would love to talk more around how to actually cost onto a standard minute so that you can understand that your time is valuable and that we start valuing your time as an entrepreneur. Because without you as the entrepreneur in the business, you have no business.
Absolutely.
So yes, now if there's an interest for it, pick me.
Yeah. Okay.
And no, I mean, there's many topics. It's also just how to start designing for a rating.
Yes.
So that we can understand what we're actually looking for in a rating.
Yes.
How to scramble a marker so that when you are cutting, how to cut effectively, and how to actually, what you're losing on the swings, you make up on the roundabout by laying the patterns. There's tons. There's so many things. I mean, this morning I was doing a coaching session with somebody, and I asked her what was the most useful thing that she took out of the session today. And she said, the fact that I sew in colorways. So remember, your pattern development is very expensive. So you set a day aside to do that. The following day, you set aside just for cutting, because cutting again is very labor expensive. And when we cost in a factory, the sewing machinists cover the wages of everyone else.
Wow.
The rent, the light, the water, the tea lady, the cutter, the person who sweeps the floor is all covered by the machinists.
Yes.
So if you are making one-off garments, cluster the cutting, and then when your sewing comes, you bundle it into color order.
Okay.
And so whatever you need to do on your overlocker on the black, you just do the overlocking. Bundle that work up, change color thread, and then you're just sewing the white garments. And then you move on to your plain machinist and you break it down as you would in a factory line. And so we would do a time study on just the amount of time you're wasting between getting up and changing thread or getting up to get the next garment, when instead you could break it down into sewing operations and utilize your minute, your standard minute where you're earning off to be more effective in your production.
Wow. You blow my mind every time I interact with you.
I'm so excited about this stuff. I am so passionate about it because we can literally give women and young people and men an opportunity to earn an income off their passion.
Yes. So I see we're coming near the end of our time. Thank you for all of this today, and I am definitely going to schedule some more of these with you to add to our groups on Facebook and all of that, because I think that you have a lot to teach, and I find it very exciting that we can maybe be foundational in regrowing our very sick industry.
On practical, effective, well understood processes and practices that are based in good understanding, not some frou-frou creative idea that's, oh, I love, it's got nothing to do with that. This is how we will empower people to feed their families.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for your time, Colleen.
Pleasure, Mel. And then they can you give me feedback on what the topics are and we'll go on that adventure.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me for another episode of my show. And today I'm so excited to be speaking to Colleen Jack. And today Colleen is going to share with us some really valuable information for any clothing manufacturer. So if you are manufacturing clothing, designing clothing, then please sit back and watch this episode. It's jam-packed with value for all of you. I'm going to hand over to Colleen.
Perfect. So thanks, Mel. So Mel, costing comes up in so many of our conversations. And the biggest thing that I see is that the entrepreneurs themselves are not valuing themselves in the business. Whatever reason and it's often women, will minimize what we are offering, not see the value in it, compare it to store-bought stuff. And I think it's just we lack the confidence around what I've produced is worthwhile and people will pay for it. And the person who will pay for it will understand the origin of why I am charging what I'm charging for. And so we've put this series together, you and I. We're going to go through 5 series every week, and the last session will be Q&A. But I've broken it down. Most of it does relate to costing and how to break even. But what we will do today is establish how to cost on a standard minute. And I mentioned this in the first interview. We do not cost per hour. We break down our costs in a factory to a standard minute. And As always, I will take every entrepreneur seriously around treat yourself, even if you're still working in your back room, on the dining room table, you know, wherever you're working to provide this income for your family, is I will treat you as if you are a cut, make and trim factory. So that the systems that we put into place now for the business will scale with the business. All of the formality of the business structure and systems will be put into place even as a home sewer.
I'm actually horrified at how many people I speak to who are doing sewing, and when I ask questions about costing and pricing, they only consider the raw materials that they're using. They don't factor in their time at all.
Totally. So I'm going to take us through some traditional costing models, and then I will give us a simple costing model at the end of the exercise. And as always, these notes are free and available. I'm happy to share the PDFs with people as always. But today in the PowerPoint, I've simplified those notes as much as possible. So here we'll do how to cost a garment accurately, and how to tell when a style is breaking even and when it makes a profit. But what we'll first whittle out is just how to cost for you to get up and go into your workspace and spend the day working, how much that actually costs.
Okay.
So let's do the breakdown, as you said. So before analyzing the mechanics of the costing, we must identify the material costs. So those are the raw materials that it takes in order for you to produce a finished product. Then we've got our labor costs. And so those are your employees, or if you're sitting on the machine yourself, how do you factor in your labor cost? And then we've got, of course, your expenses. And so, as always, in order to take us seriously as entrepreneurs, whether you are renting or own your own home, I would want you to work out the square area that you work on in your home. So even if it's on the dining room table, those 2 square meters, I would like to amortize the expenses of that when you start owning and taking financial accountability for the fact that even if you're sitting at your dining room table, you're using lights, you're using water, you contribute to the cost of your rent or your bond by paying for those 2 square meters or 4 square meters or however many rooms you take up in your house in order to run your operation. Is that clear, Mel?
Yes, it is. Now, I'd just like to ask a question here, because a lot of the people that I speak to say, well, when I start to add in all of these things, then my customers are no longer prepared to pay the price. What is your answer to those people?
That, as always, it is an education process. And you may have to tier your prices. And I will go into how to decide whether or not to tier your prices. Or you've got to slowly increment your costs over a couple of seasons so that the client feels less resistance to a massive jump. And I think often also with women, when we start to realize our financial worth, that we feel embarrassed to charge because we don't have the self-confidence. And that's why I say maybe take your prices up over a few seasons so that you emotionally can get used to, I am worthwhile. And the customers who have paid too little, who will be resistant to paying its worth, then they must shuffle and don't have a scarcity mindset. They were not in it for the long haul. Your customers who are loyal to your brand and understand your quality and are prepared to pay for the originality, even if it's a small run, they are practically original garments, and they will stay with you. Okay, so let's move into, there are direct costs to your business and indirect costs. And your direct costs are associated with any activity required in order to produce that garment. Your indirect costs are your overheads. And I am suggesting here that we start to take in indirect costs so that we are properly financially responsible for all of the costs that have incurred in order to sell that garment. Any questions? Makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. And indirect costs are very often something that, again, in these conversations, I see people leave out. A lot of women say to me, "Well, I'm actually retired. I'm living off a pension. I don't need this money, so I don't need to factor these things in."
Yeah, and if you are sitting in that environment with that sort of privilege, that's wonderful. And then I would suggest that you donate some of your sewing to volunteer organizations. You know, if you've got that kind of flexibility, that's wonderful. But I'm proposing that we're not running a charity and that we're actually here to make business. And we're here to understand whether or not we can afford to run this business. And so if the garments come out too expensive, then you have to look at it and go, I cannot produce this. I am not going to ever compete with massive fashion houses who can produce a pair of leggings at 29 Rand when I have to pay 36 Rand per meter for the fabric. And so, yeah, don't compete with reinventing the wheel. Okay,
That's very useful advice.
So the job costing relates to the individual units that are run throughout that production run. While process costing is best suited for manufacturing, where we are costing each process that that garment has to go through. And this is important when I talked about tiering your pricing, is if you're going to do job costing, that is couturier work, that is one-off. That will have the highest price to it and maybe not the highest profit to it. But if that's where you want to have your creative expression and do one-offs, know that they are expensive and you never really recoup your cost or your time on those garments. And so what we're going to focus on today is taking the business seriously and looking at it as a manufacturing process. And so I recommend process costing, where we break down every step of that iterations of a garment in order to get it to a production saleable garment.
Okay.
So this is, again, for me, is look at when you break even. And your break even points are concerned with the volumes. How many units would you need to do in order to break even? And if you sell more, great, you get more profit. If you sell less, then you don't break even. But there are limitations to this exercise. And the most important thing for me is, in my years of looking at cutting orders and looking at the cost in order to do the research and development, develop the pattern, cut a few samples off that to check that the fittings are correct, go back into grading. Those resource and development costs you have to amortize them over the production run. And my experience is it takes about 100 garments to just start breaking even before you make profit.
Wow.
But you'll also find that most CMTs will not take a run in of less than 25 units.
Okay.
And so anything from 25 units to 100 units, you're still sitting in this difficult space of not quite breaking even. But at least your cut, make, and trim factory will cover their costs with a minimum run of 25 units.
Okay.
And when we go into the cutting orders, I will show you how to break that down into a cutting order and what that looks like practically. Okay, so with our cost structure, we can do marginal costing, which gives you the absolute minimum price in order to sell this garment and recoup your costs. And then we can do absorption costing, and I prefer absorption costing, where all of the variables are allocated into that cost. So what you're saying is a lot of women do marginal costing, and they don't take in to account the rent, the light and water, the electricity. I have to say I would prefer that we start doing absorption costing.
And I normally say to those people, you know, if it's not factored into your sum, then where's it coming from? And then when I start asking them to dig deeper, you know, where's it coming from? Who pays for this? Your partner, your spouse, your savings, your holiday, your medical funds. Where is this coming from? Then sometimes it can shift the mindset a little.
Absolutely. Perfect. Thanks, Mel. Okay, so what is the cost of costing? Don't chase your tail. Don't get into analysis paralysis. This is just a practical exercise of, hello, how am I doing? And am I doing this in a way that's sustainable? And, you know, if we're talking about legacy, would anyone else be able to take over the business and actually run a successful business if I choose to retire or, I don't know, go to the beach and sip pina coladas? And as always, you're right, there is a trade-off with what the market will bear and what the total cost of getting those units put up. And so I watched an interview of yours the other day with a lady from New Zealand doing toiletry bags. And it's about not personalizing customers' ignorance. And so the person was saying, oh, I could get it much cheaper at Target. Well, then don't go to an organic market or a farmer's market or a flea market expecting us to be cheaper than a Chinese import. That's not the purpose of our craft. Our craft is about people understanding and willing to pay for the aesthetic of something being original. And so there is a trade-off with what the market will bear. And again, you know, I said to you that in the first time, I spent a lot of time in business coaching sessions drowning puppies and kittens. And so often what happens is designers design things that they like. Yes. Not understanding that their customers are not them. And so, you know, when we start to come to, I had somebody come to me saying that she wanted to do a jumpsuit range in pure silk. And she was a tall, leggy woman who was not from South Africa, so I did not understand the South African body shape. And so if you're tall, leggy Argentinian, you have no clue that the average size of woman in South Africa is a size 44, and she's 5'4". Yes. And she does not have a long back. She has a very short back and often very pear-shaped. And so is there a market for jumpsuits in silk? Maybe. But is that market in South Africa? Unlikely. Because by the time you have costed in that silk, you have blown yourself out of the threshold of what people are prepared to pay for. Okay, so let's do a very simple costing formula, and we'll work on any machinist is only effective for about 75% of a day. We don't run sweatshops. So of the productivity, some of that is for the sewing processes, and then the rest of it is for cotton changes, discussing work, toilet stops. And so we are absorbing that we are only ever going to be 75% productive. The other thing is that the factory costs, overheads, salaries, wages are all recouped only off the active machines. And so that is your plain sewing machine, your safety stitcher, and where we are using an overlocker, a 4-thread overlocker to join all the seams like in a t-shirt, we can then also add the overlocker in as an active machine. But the active machines cover everyone else's wages. They cover your cutting room, your person who sweeps and makes tea and cleans the toilets, your driver. All of those costs are amortized and carried by the active machinists only. So any patent machine does not count. So you may be a factory of 300 people and 250 of them are sitting on machines. But of that 250, only 100 of them are actually active machines. The rest are buttonholers, seam covers, bar tack machines, all of that. So let's do the exercise. A factory, say, employs 150 workers. 75 of those workers are active. And the total running of that factory per day is 5,500 Rand. So we've amortized all of those absorption costs. So 5,500 Rand a day divided by 75 active machinists will give you your cost per active machine. So at the moment it's 73 Rand with a reoccurring 33 cents. So I've rounded it up to 74 Rand per day per active machine per an 8-hour working day. And so we divide the 74 Rand by 8 hours and we get 9 Rand 16 per hour. And so that 9 Rand 16 per hour is then divided by 60 minutes. And so we've got 15 cents per minute. So therefore, a 30-minute sewing operation will be a 4 Rand 58 cost. Just to cover the cost.
Yes.
We will then do a costing with the sewing minute operation into that.
Okay. That's a very useful way of breaking it down. Thank you so much.
Okay. And that is basically the end of this slide. And so is there anything that we should explore together to interrogate for further understanding?
So for people who are watching who are maybe English is not a first language, what do you mean by amortize?
So I'm going to take my rent, my light and water, and my electricity and divide it out and absorb a little bit of that, which is fair for what I'm using only in the total cost of the household electricity.
Okay.
And so I will absorb those costs fairly to what I've used every day to run my factory.
Okay, so you're basically taking that number and spreading it out over everything.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. And I see in your sum here that you've said 74 Rand a day divided by an 8-hour working day, but you've also mentioned earlier on that you can only expect 75% productivity.
Yeah.
So should that 8-hour working day be reduced possibly?
No, because you will always have to run absorbing some unproductive time.
Okay.
So that is fair. It is absolutely fair. But we do a lot of time study costs in a factory. And so when you look up at a well sorted factory, or even when you're setting up your own sewing process at home, is have everything that you want close by and everything in order. So, you know, if you know that you're doing like a very labor intensive job, like adding the labels onto the back neck, is have all of the sizes in the right size order. So you know that you're working on bundle and this is all a size 36, then you can just do preps on those labels and not move too much. So often in a factory we would have somebody called a runner, and that would be a young inexperienced person who's learning the ropes, who would then just go and fetch cotton for a machinist. So the machinist doesn't have to get up and walk all the way to the back storeroom to get the cotton.
Okay. Okay, that's
so
very useful.
we minimize the impossibility of a human being is not going to be 100% productive for all 8 hours.
Okay.
by doing cost studies and time studies and reducing the amount of movement that a machinist has to do in order to be active and producing well. So some factories even have pulley systems where they are pulling the bundles along. And you never actually fully undo the bundle. The bundle stays on a hanger, and you just sew and then throw the pulley system forward to the next machinist.
Okay.
I interrupted you.
So would you recommend that somebody who's doing home sewing and that kind of thing, when they're working on their sample, as they're putting it together, they actually sit with a timer and time how long it takes them to do every single process?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And yes, it's a bit of a kerfuffle. But yeah, I mean, I know by clustering work as a home sewer is I will do all my pattern making on the first day, all of my cutting on the second day, and knowing that on the third day when I do my sewing is the first time I actually start paying because I'm productive. So then, cluster all of the bundled work into color ranges. So you are just sewing all of the black prep. Then you can change threads and you minimize the amount of time that you're doing for operations that could have just been clustered together to make yourself effective.
I actually think that doing a costing exercise to break down how much time is worth, and then sitting and actually timing how long it takes to do different things, creates just that added awareness and that like tension in the space that when you're doing it, you're going, okay, this is costing me this much. Is it worth doing? And
Very much.
And I think this exercise is very, very valuable to do just to raise that level of awareness.
Yeah, and at this point we haven't even spoken about what are you paying yourself and what is your hourly rate worth. And often because so much of this is our passion and our joy, we go, yeah, but we're having fun.
Yes.
Well, and I see that as a coach working with high drive people is that they feel they're being paid well enough, and so they do a 14-hour day. But when you actually look at your monthly salary divided by an 8-hour, 14-hour, 12-hour, 16-hour day, when you actually then look at what your hourly rate is, you realize they are not paying you well enough. Nobody will pay you what you're worth. It is about valuing your time. And so I can give a very northern suburbs example where a friend of a friend knows that I sometimes do matric dance dresses for girls that I really love. It's not an income generator for me. And I've had my own daughter and my nieces who I've always done dance dresses for. Now that I'm more of a consultant than a dressmaker anymore. And so a friend of a friend asked me to quote for a matric dance dress. Now, there's no way getting around that a dress, whether it's a matric dance dress or a wedding dress, those are kind of one-off will always take you about 40 hours from start to finish, including 6 fittings. And so there's no shorter way that I could do it other than 40 hours worth of time. And so I gave them a quote, and I know what my minimum tiering is. I will not take a dress on for less than 3,000 Rand. And I'd given her a very, very much reduced cost. And she said, oh no, that's way too expensive. When she then proceeded to talk about how they were going to be drinking Veuve Clicquot at the pre-party. Now, the champagne will have cost more than what I was charging, but they valued the champagne over the dress.
Yes.
And so when I said, look, I'm not prepared to do it for less than 3,000 Rand, and I've given you a very special price at that, I realized she's not my market.
Yes.
It's not personal.
Yes.
They value Veuve Clicquot more than a dress. Okay,
Yes.
it's good stuff. That's just interesting.
Yes. Yes.
But do you have, if you are going to do job costing and not process costing, if you're going to do job costing, know that you are going to be more expensive than the average, and are you worth it? And not from your own self-deprecation, but actually, if you have to stand to accountability for what you're modeling for your children, devaluing yourself sets up a very, very difficult model for your children to follow, and go, look, my mom, dad, aunt, auntie, granny, whoever, doesn't value themselves as somebody in the clothing industry. And so I don't have to really respect them either, because they don't respect themselves.
That's such a great reflection. I think it will be a lot easier for a lot of people to say, what frame am I modeling for my children?
Yes.
Than
Then
to
value myself.
necessarily, yes. I think
Yeah.
that's such a great example. Thank you, Colleen. Now, I see we are coming near the end of our time. Thank you so much for those
That's always.
pearls of wisdom. That was beautiful.
Welcome, absolutely welcome.
I so appreciate it. And just give your email address again so that anybody watching who wants to get in touch with you for your master classes can.
Sure, it's Colleen, Colleen, at patternworks, patternworks.co.za.
Awesome. So for everybody watching, Colleen does do master classes. So if you would like personal attention and to really get into, I know that today she's just skimmed the surface of this information. If you really want to get into some heavy duty stuff with her, she really is like the expert in the field. If there's anybody in the country you want to work with, it's Colleen. So please get in touch with her and sign up for her master classes. They really are worthwhile.
Perfect. Thank you, Mel. Thank you for that.
Thanks for your
And that's
time.
all then.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for watching another episode of my show. And of course, we're chatting with Colleen Jack again today. And today she's going to share with us how to audit a pattern. So over to you, Colleen.
Thanks, Melly. And so this is where I want to encourage people who feel that they are not pattern makers, that just because they haven't been trained as a pattern maker doesn't mean that they cannot take control of a pattern that they have paid for, and often at huge expense. And so we're going to go through just a couple of the landmarks in order to find where we are on a pattern, and then I will show you physically how to audit a pattern. So
just a question, Colleen. If somebody is looking for a good pattern maker to make their patterns, how do you recommend they go about finding that pattern maker?
Drop me a mail. I have a database of digital pattern makers and manual pattern makers that I have audited over the years. And hopefully after today, if you don't feel like contacting me, then you've got enough tools to actually employ a pattern maker with confidence.
And for people who are just starting out, which is better, somebody who makes patterns manually or someone who makes them digitally?
So manually, and I'm a manual pattern maker. I was trained manually back in the day before there were computers. But manually, you then have your physical IP. If you're going digitally, you would need to trust that pattern maker that they will protect your IP on their computer. And you would be relying on them to then print out markers for you to use at the CMT. But I always recommend that once you've gone through and you have a production ready pattern, that you ask the digital pattern maker to print you off a copy that you could then cut out and keep in your offices safely. You know, things happen, relationships go south, and then if they refuse to release your patterns, you're a bit stuck, because it is sitting on their computer, and possession is 9/10 of the law.
It's
Also, really trust that the digital pattern maker is trustworthy, because if you spent a fortune developing your blocks and the fit sits in the block, that they are not going to then reuse that fabulous block for somebody else's patterns.
okay. That's very useful information. Thank you.
So I know a lot of home pattern makers use like tissue paper. I personally, that would drive me insane. It's very unwieldy to work with. They shift when you're tracing them off onto the fabric. And so I prefer a hardboard, which comes in a 120 centimeter width in about 120 gram per square meter. And I buy it in about 30 kilogram rolls. And I like working on 150 centimeters because it's the same width as a fabric would be. And so I can judge already by the paper waste whether or not that's going to be a good rating before I've even laid it up to do a rating. And so that's available from our haddock in Johannesburg. And you can go online and also just look them up. They do have a website. As always, I'm very pedantic about the scissors. So only use your paper scissors for paper and your fabric scissors for fabric. And then, of course, always have duct tape handy. I found that if you use masking tape, it does perish over the years. And so your working pattern can disintegrate. But also, duct tape, depending on the quality, will also disintegrate. And so once you have finished your master pattern and you now have a production ready pattern, I would also want the pattern maker to trace off a totally new piece without any sticky, back or anything like that. I know this seems so ridiculous, but do invest in a very good clutch pencil with a steel nib. So this is not plastic, this is all steel. And the reason why I say that, and all internal metal parts, is that if you use a lead pencil or a pen, as the nib of the pencil gets blunted, the pencil will not reach the edge of the ruler. And so eventually you will become inaccurate. And, 2 millimeters inaccurate over sizes will become grossly inaccurate. And maybe we should do a talk about grading. We haven't actually.
Okay.
And when I was taught, we used a pencil that was always rubbed off. So you must have an eraser. And it's about receiving a pattern that has got very little markings on it. Just shows that a pattern maker has taken extreme pride in their work. And also that you don't give away your trade secrets on how you develop that pattern. When I show you the pattern today, you'll see that it's got a lot of pencil markings, and in some instances, the pattern maker actually used a pen, which is just crazy, and you can see all of her feathered lines afterwards. That's just scrappy work. Do invest in an isosceles triangle ruler. These Perspex rulers are fantastic, and there is a lot of information on them. So you've got a 90-degree line that's clearly marked with numbers going from 1 to 20 outwards. And so you can make sure that if you're working on darts, two sides of a dart are always equidistant. The increments here on the side are excellent for grading because the average grade is a 5 centimeter grade. And of course, it has the fainter line for a 0.5 centimeter. The other thing that most people don't know is that the line marking on the ruler is actually marked for 2 millimeter increments, 7 millimeter increments, and 1 centimeter increments. And so you can take off the beading on a collar so that those collars roll very beautifully by using the 2 millimeter lines. And then, of course, you can add on centimeter seam allowance or 7 mil seam allowance very easily by using your ruler accurately. So do learn how to use a ruler accurately. The next thing is I do not recommend a tracing wheel. These are my horror, and it just tells me that the pattern maker is naive. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One, it's a waste of time because you've got to trace the whole line before you're transposing it. And there are better ways to transpose pattern lines or style lines. So I use an awl, and it only pricks one mark into that paper pattern. And so your pattern is also not ruined with a whole lot of perforations. And then, of course, you do need a notcher. And a notcher is used to indicate seam allowance, sewing directions, and, of course, balance notches. So a finished pattern should contain all the signs and symbols to make it easy to assemble that garment. There should be a clear system that is consistent, ensuring that anyone who picks up your pattern, no matter what CMT is working on it, will be able to follow your instructions, and also make sure that there are enough information on that pattern. You will really find a CMT who is prepared to work with like a butterick or a Burda pattern. And again, that paper patterns will drive anyone insane in a factory. So all common instructions on the patterns I would recommend are in a black marker, indelible ink marker. So you're not trying to fiddle with a fine pen writing. And of course, wherever there's something that needs your attention in the cutting room, we want it in red on the pattern. And then, of course, all those patterns have got the designer's name, a chronological number. And so if it was the first pattern created for that designer, it would be 001. And say we're in 2020, so the pattern style number will be 001/20. When you receive a pattern, anything that is on the fold should be on the fold, because factories don't lay fabric folded, they lay fabric open. And so all patterns must be on the fold. And your fold line will become your straight of grain. So your SOG is along the straight of grain. And then we want pattern cutting instructions with a little technical drawing at the top here. So is it a woven or a knit? What is your style number? What is the size? What is the pattern piece's name? Your cutting instructions, and then of course any other instructions like fusing, contrast, or wadding or whatever. And then of course if there are extra instructions like how big the elastic needs to be. And I want the notches indicating seam allowance, stitching direction, and balance notches. And I will go into balance notches are instruction that talks on behalf of you to a machinist. And so 2 notches indicate back patterns, 1 notch indicates a front pattern, and it will give a machinist a sewing length to match, that they know that the seams are sewing up correctly, so they don't have to then unpick afterwards. And so normally they are at about waist point, bust point, and the sewing directions will tell the machinist whether or not they are sewing the armhole closed and the shoulder closed before they are setting the pipe of the sleeve, or are they going to sew the shoulder, set the sleeve, and then close the sleeve and the underarm and the waist all at once. If you have a simple pattern, then it's pretty easy when you're naming the pattern that this is the bodice front, or that is a bodice back, or this is side front body panel, or back side body panel. But here I'm using an example of one of Clive's fantastic designs. And there it gets really, really tricky. These are all the same pattern. This is made in tulle. This is made in fabric with old swatch boards that we collected all the old swatches of and sewed them into the seams. And this is, of course, where he has used 100,000 staples to create embellishment on a very plain black fabric in underneath. And how this pattern works is it's like unpeeling an orange. And so there are no side seams, and the garment simply wraps around, and that is very, very complex to sew. And so here what I've done is given it names, so top, front, right shoulder, and then given it numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it goes up to 28, or A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And so the machinist is then knowing that they are matching A to B, B to C, C to D, E to F. Because this pattern was so complex, I then made a cardboard pattern and stuck it together with brown tape, with clearly markings of where A was, where B was, where C was. And so the machinist could actually hold a three-dimensional cardboard representation of what they were sewing. Any questions here?
That dress is something else. That must have been quite a thing to work on. The mind boggles.
Yeah, that is a time study of note. Yeah, that becomes a very expensive production.
Exercise, yeah. And just for people watching, Colleen has referred to Clive. That's Clive Rundle.
And we do have permission from Clive Rundle to use these photos.
Oh, please thank him so much for that. That's awesome.
Always. Okay, so straight of grain is your SRG. It uses the hang of the fabric as part of the design, and that is usually on the lengthwise of a fabric. So you've got salvages on either end, and you're using the long side of the fabric. Sometimes for special decorative effects, a garment is cut on the horizontal grain, so the horizontal grain, and that would be for like a contrast in the waist facing, or a hem detail, or a placket on a shirt. And just know that that fabric must be very stable, both on the weft and the warp of the grain. Otherwise, you can have problems. If it is not stable and you still want to use the horizontal, I would recommend that you fully fuse that to stabilize it before you use that. Cutting on the bias is often for a decorative effect. It is always around drape for fit, and it can be done beautifully. The 90s, 30s used drape bias cutting often in their styling, but do know that it is more expensive. I like SOGs to indicate on the center front all the way through. So I want a long red line. I don't want just a little line in the middle of a pattern. And what happens is that if the SOG is a short line, it often creates inaccuracies when people are tracing off the pattern in the cutting room. So pattern pieces that have been split away from obvious landmarks like a center front will follow parallel across the width. And anyone who follows my patterns, I'm pedantic about keeping that parallel width exactly the same. And so if it's a side body panel, you'll often find that my side body panel is about 13 centimeters away from the SOG of the center front. But that's me just being anal. Yeah, so when the cutting room is laying up those pattern pieces, they will use their SOG parallel to the selvage of the fabric. And so a long, lovely red line gives them a lot of ways to check their accuracy. And yeah, patterns can twist as you trace them off if they're not properly weighted down. So stitching lines and seams, production pattern makers will always include a 1 centimeter seam allowance, and I would never accept a pattern without seam allowance. The waste of time then for the cutting room to add seam allowance is, yeah, inconceivable. So I would never pay for a pattern without seam allowance. And you would use on a knit, so that's normally for woven, 1 centimeter seam allowance. On knits, we normally add a 7 mil seam allowance, and that's because that's the bite of a 4-thread overlocker. Unless, of course, that garment is being produced on a safety stitcher, a 5-thread overlocker with a chain stitch, then you would go back to a 1 centimeter seam allowance. And then if you are working on bespoke patterns with a different market in mind, like private clients, we would normally use a 12 milli or a 1.5 milli seam allowance, so that if the client loses weight or gains weight, we have got a little bit of leeway on a bespoke once-off garment. Darts are marked with notches at the bottom of the dart. And then, of course, at the depth of the dart, normally there's a little triangle cutout, so you can trace it off with chalk. But most CMTs would use a tungsten needle, and so we normally just punch an awl mark a few millimeters from the apex of the dart, and they will actually drill a tungsten needle right through the lay of 100 garments to get the accurate pinpoint of that dart. So notches make it easier to assemble a garment quicker and for accuracy. And then the machinist is not having to make constant decisions about, do I overlock this off? Did I make it right? Did that seam line actually fit? Notches on commercial patterns are normally indicated by little triangles or diamonds. Let me tell you, in a factory, they are never going to cut out that little triangle or diamond. And so when we cut out a pattern, we actually cut into that notch so that it's cut into that seam allowance. And of course, a factory will know that if you're working with like a really gossamer loose weave silk, that they won't cut the notches in. They would then mark the notches with chalk or pins. But you will be charged for that because that is a kerfuffle and it will take so much longer to do. And as I said, single notches indicate a front of a garment, double notches at a back. And when you are making balance notches, make sure that the balance is always like 1/3 of the line. Because if you make the notches sort of in the middle of that cut pattern piece, you could then reverse the pattern and get that panel together with match those notches. So notches are always a little bit off even, on a stitching line. They're always, 1/3 of the way down or 1/3 of the way up, so you could never reverse the panel pieces. And so that gets us through the PowerPoint, and now I will show you an audited pattern that cost a designer a fortune, and she was very generous to donate the pattern to us. So there was a use for this pattern after all. And so when we know better, we will do better. So this is not a criticism on the pattern maker. This is being able to see that you have bought a pattern from a naive pattern maker who hasn't yet got robust structures in place. And so the first thing that I would recommend that you do is, if you are paying for a pattern.
Sorry, to stop you, Colleen, is the PowerPoint meant to be closed?
Yes.
I can still see it. Yes. I just think it will be, there we go. Now people have got a bigger picture of what you're doing there.
Okay. So I always want a technical drawing, and I want the pattern named. This is not good naming. The nomenclature here, you've got no size on any of the pattern pieces. So I want to know what size I'm working with, and I want to know if this is a woven or a knit. I can't tell you how many times I had somebody phone me saying, that pattern you made me last year that went through production on the polycotton for our shirting doesn't fit anymore. Well, the pattern hasn't changed. What did you cut it in this year? Oh, we cut it in knit. No. It's a woven pattern. You can't cut a woven pattern in knit. And you can't cut a knit pattern in woven. It will never work. So you will always find it with a rabbit hole punch. I don't like a rabbit punch. It just jars me. So I'll end up cutting out little diamonds so that the patterns can be hung up. And there's a few problems on this. First of all, this SIG is not actually in line with the center front. It makes no sense to have an SIG not doing double duty, like telling me where a center front is. So that's the first problem. Second problem that you can immediately see is that the shoulder line does not end at a 90 degrees. That is going to create a diamond when we sew it. And this balance notch is absolutely useless. If a machinist cannot sew 17 centimeters straight, we've got a problem, Houston. The next thing is that I simply staple the patterns together. And if a pattern maker had a hissy fit about me stapling a pattern in front of them, then their ego has got in the way. And so the easiest way to do this is work out that you've got 1 centimeter seam allowance. And if you lay the patterns on top of each other, draw a 2 centimeter line along from the 1 centimeter, from the edge of the pattern, draw 2 centimeters. And so you can flat fell the patterns over. And so you can see here that I have laid it over 2 centimeters and I've stapled it down. And so when you hold the pattern up, you will see it's already buckling. So you've got a huge bust shape, and you have a curved waist. the pattern is already showing you its discomfort. The other thing is that the two lines of the dart are not equidistant. And that is a golden rule. You are always working for every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. And so if you are stretching the dart here, it can be done in couturier wear. But I can tell you that this pattern did not plan it.
Mm.
The other thing that you can see is that the center front is not straight from the lapel. And so if I was designing this jacket for women specifically with a very low bust, very wide tummy, and possibly pregnant, that would be accurate. But that's not who we were designing this for.
Mm.
So the next thing is I've also joined the back panel together, and you will see that the back shoulder has got no nip. So why have we got a nip on the front shoulder and not the back shoulder? I don't know. You will also see that this is clearly not a 90-degree.
Mm.
That's going to cause a problem. And when I have stapled the pattern together on the seam allowance, you'll notice that my armhole does not track. And so what is the machinist going to do with this step here?
Mm.
How are they going to put this armhole into the sleeve? So the next thing I'm going to do is just quickly join the shoulder lines together so that I can see what my armhole is going to look like. And here on the side, I'm not going to lay the patterns flat. I'm just going to join the seams together. And so here is your jacket. You can immediately see on the shoulder line that you have a problem with that shoulder is not refined and it does not track. And so you've got this diamond that comes out. Mm. And when you look at the shape of this jacket, just before we've even spent money on fabric or sewing it up, you can see that it looks like it's actually quite a hunched back. Mm. So then a very specific body type. Low boobs, big tummy, and a hunchback. Mm. Now there are people with these shapes out there, but this is not a production pattern. Mm. Next thing I would check is my two-piece sleeve. And so I'm holding the two-piece sleeve together. And there is a general rule that these seams would run in parallel. And so I can tell you immediately that the hang of the sleeve is too straight. And so when you are standing side on, the hang of the arm is normally curved. And so immediately I can say to you, this two-piece sleeve needs a dart out here. Mm. So the arm actually falls forward. Mm. The next thing to be concerned about is there is no shoulder notch. Mm. So there's no notch here, there's no nip here to tell me where the center of the shoulder is. So I could set the sleeve however I want and it will hang wherever I put it. Mm. So this two-piece sleeve is a problem and I've not spent any money yet setting that sleeve. The next thing to look at is, and this is where I said the pattern maker has used a red pen here with feathered lines. This is the collar. And another rule that we will always work on is the outside circumference of a circle is larger than the inside circumference of the circle. So I can immediately tell you that this collar will never fold over without it creeping up the back neck because the outside circumference isn't long enough. So I don't have to sample this collar. I can tell you already it's not gonna do well. The last thing is she's given a pattern instruction for the shoulder girdle, and you will pay a premium on jacket patterns because there are so many pattern pieces to a jacket. She has given an instruction here of fusing the back armhole. And so you can see she's given a dotted line saying cut fuse here. No factory has got time to go and cut and trace 3 centimeter outlines on armholes. that should be a separate pattern piece for the cutting room to cut without having to measure things off. The next thing that I would not be happy with is she has given me a front facing and she has given me a lining here with a dart. Now the function of a lining is the foundation of a garment. And now remember that a CMT is going to charge you for every stitch.
Mm.
And so why cut out a dart on the lining when the lining is meant to be foundational? What she should have done is actually just transfer the dart out here, and it would be a tiny tuck over the bust, which would accommodate the lateral movement. And so this is not a lining pattern.
Okay.
Totally. Waste of time, a waste of money, and absolutely unnecessary to have stitching lines in a lining. If you open up a lining on a garment, they are always very beautiful, very clean, and not mirroring the outside of the garment style lines, but giving the garment a foundation and support to take the pressure off the fabric. And so that's basically how you audit a pattern. Before you've even paid for the pattern, you can audit that pattern there and then. And any pattern maker who's proud of their work would happily help you staple it together. And I also want to see a 2 centimeter line along seam lines so that I know the pattern makers put the pattern together afterwards. And they've tracked their own lines. And that way you don't have an extra step of sampling a garment if you're not sure of the pattern. You've already saved yourself some money.
So you recommend that people do this before they pay for the pattern and take it away from the pattern maker. You actually do it there
until you this work. Absolutely.
Okay.
And for your own self, if you've made a pattern and you're not a expert pattern maker, put it together before you spend money on fabric. Just glue it, staple it together.
What would you say if you go into the pattern maker and you say, look, I'd like to do this process, and then the pattern maker says to you, you don't know the first thing about patterns, you've got to pay me for the work I've done?
You're right, I might not know the first thing about patterns, but I know the first thing about my business, and this is how I'm going to conduct business. So as always, and this goes back to contracting from a coaching environment that I come from, is contract with that pattern maker saying, I don't yet know a lot, and these are the systems I would like to put into place. Are you prepared to walk with me humbly through this process? And as I say, if the ego is involved, walk away. Don't work with that pattern maker. And if that pattern maker is willing to walk you through the pattern, then I would also accept that that's part of their time and that they would charge me half an hour for me to audit the pattern with them. Okay. And that's fair. That's absolutely. If with me, why not?
And would you maybe recommend then that right at the start of the process, you have the discussion with them that when you come to pick up your patterns, you will be doing this with them, and that they should then factor it into their costing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And, building trust is always a fantastic thing in communication cycles. And so until I've learned that pattern maker, I would want to audit their patterns. I can say to you, with a good pattern maker, they know in the old days, I would be able to make the first pattern, not even go into sampling, go into a straight grade, and they would fetch a fully ready production pattern without even having had a sample. But that's about knowing that I work at that level. And that would be on simpler stuffs. If you're working with somebody like Clive Rundle, you would first sample the silhouette before we even did style lines and get the silhouette right, and then move into the style lines, and then we would be sampling onto permutations of those style lines, with volume, without volume. So that would be a much longer process before we even got into grading.
I actually think, if I think back to my own career when I was manufacturing clothing, I was always in a hurry. And it would be like, why do we have to make multiple samples of a thing? Can't we just get there and get into production? So this is very, very interesting learning for me too. Thank you. Just to make people watching aware that it might be a longer process and that making multiple samples might be actually worthwhile to save you money in the long run.
It may be a 6-week process before you have a production ready pattern that is graded to go into orders.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm working on, a week to make the pattern, a week to sample, a week to do the fitting and corrections, another week to sample. And you're often looking at 3 samples before you can get into a week to grade the pattern, and then a week to test the size range, and then production. And not every person does size ranges, and that's okay. But if you're doing corporate wear, of course you would do a size range. It's much easier to send a size range to a corporate client and have all of their staff try on a whole range of clothing to say, actually, this is how I like my fit. So she may be wearing her skirt a little bit looser, but it's how she enjoys wearing a skirt. Hopefully not 2 sizes too small. And so often we would then do a QC around having somebody there with the fitting range to say, actually, I recommend you to take a size larger. That is not part of the corporate look that we're looking for. In fact, one year with one of the banks, we had to write into the service level agreement for the clients to sign that they were receiving their garments, that they were not to wear our scarves as a boob tube. We love that you've got a style, but please don't the style at work, and that's for going at night. And that scarves were not to be worn as boob tubes.
That's a funny story.
If you can, it will happen.
Oh my goodness, that's funny. And I bet that's not something you ever saw coming.
No, writing that document would have come up with the fact that maybe we should head that off at the pass.
Wow.
But yeah, fitting ranges really are useful if you're doing corporate wear, and to have somebody go in, and it's worth paying for that person's wage to actually ensure that the look and feel of that corporate brand is upheld by all of the staff members. Because different people will wear clothes differently.
What also strikes me is that anybody who is making seasonal clothing should give themselves a buffer of time, a realistic buffer of time. Because I mean, even if a process takes 2 weeks longer than you're hoping it will, can really mess you up. You can be late for that season.
Absolutely. And then you land up launching, half-baked spaghetti pie, and your brand is immediately affected. People will remember that launch. And so I always say to people, you're not working on this season, you're working on next season, 6 months' time. And so you've got more than enough time to actually get your look and feel of your label and your brand and your story coherent. And that's also where people underestimate how much it's going to cost to launch a brand, because you are bankrolling that for 6 months. And we have spoken about that. You've paid cash for the fabric, you've paid cash for the patterns, you've paid cash for the CMT before you've even started selling those garments. And, a lot of people come to me saying, I want to sell online. South Africa doesn't have the postal network that overseas countries have. And so from what I've had as research is that 60% of garments sold in South Africa online are returned.
Wow.
And who pays for that return? You, not the client. And that's because, we haven't been explicit enough, or the way that we've marketed it has set up an expectation for that customer, and they get the garment and they're disappointed, or the garment doesn't fit. So be careful of online selling. It is a way to also go out of business very quickly if you haven't got your structures in place correctly.
That's very useful information. So what are mostly the reasons that the garments are sent back? Bad fit?
Bad fit, because people don't know how to take their own measurements.
Okay.
And the size charts on the website are not accurate. They're using, people always forget that there's a difference between body measurement and garment measurement. So, I would recommend that you are working with body measurement, and then you know what your garment measurement is. And so then you're matching to the garment to a person's body size. It is easier if you've got a little bit of stretch in that garment. So there's a little bit of tolerance and forgiveness. But also, poor sewing quality, fabric quality is poor. And yeah, people know what they like, and they will simply return it. I have to say, I have not updated the returns since COVID-19, and so perhaps we should do an exercise on what is happening now with most people doing online shopping during COVID-19.
Colleen, as always, you have been an absolute wealth of information. That was a very, very useful exercise. Every time we do one of these talks, I think to myself, I wish I'd known this stuff in the 90s. I lost so much money.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I say the kind of structures that I lecture about are so going to save you a roll of fabric. Anyone who is prepared to invest time in listening to these talks will save money exponentially in the long run. And we want people to survive, and more than survive, thrive in this industry, because it is an industry that supplies work to so many people. And so if we're talking about job creation, this is how we create jobs. We create artisans. And not just in the clothing industry, artisans of bricklayers and carpenters and bread makers. We need artisans to survive in the world going.
Thank you so much for your generosity to support this process. You're pure gold. Thank you.
Very welcome. And you too, Mel. It takes one to know one. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's it for our show for today. And next week, we are going to be doing the Q&A session. So for any of you who are watching who want to participate in that Q&A session, please just respond in the comments to this video and let us know so that we can send you the link and you can be a part of that Zoom meetup.
Yeah, maybe send us a couple of questions beforehand so that I can curate them, and then we can then go to pinpointed questions also.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Colleen.
Okay, cool.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for watching another episode of our show. I'm just going to hand straight over to Colleen Jack so she can begin to share today's valuable learning for fashion designers.
Okay, perfect. So we have been talking about costing, and we have been talking about how to decide whether a garment is viable to go into production. And today I'm going to talk about a little bit of how to get your first sample to actually have the look and feel that you want when you are yourself not sewing up the garment. And so I'm going to screen share with you to talk a little bit about what happens in a style breakdown sheet. And these sheets circumvent the stitching difficulties that pop up, because every machinist or sample hand or factory has their own style of sewing. And yes, you can have a style of sewing. And so often it's the habit that the machinist has when they sew a garment. It suits them, it's just the way they do it, and they follow that without even a second thought. It's an unconscious competence. And so a style breakdown sheet will go with the cut work and perhaps a picture that the designer has taken off the internet or has drawn by hand. And so the style breakdown sheet will tell the machinist on your behalf how to stitch that garment with the kind of finishes that you want. It will detail whether the cuff has got an edge stitch or a foot stitch 3 millimeters away from the edge, or if the button stand has just counter stitching to make sure that that button stand rolls beautifully, or has it actually got a stitching detail. So all of those things that the machinist will follow in order to produce the garment with the look and feel that you have. And so you may have a signature top stitch that you use in all of your collections, or you have a way of finishing the inside of your garment, or you want to ensure that the machinist in her production matches the measurements that you know will fit the quality control for, say, wonderfully, if you were producing for a retail environment like Woolworths, that you would not fail their QC specs because your samples were not measuring up once they had been sewn. So what happens often is we get rushed, and so we given a cutting order and we forget to give in a style breakdown, and so we just take an old sample off a rail that's been hanging. And what will happen is they will copy the old sample. And so if I wanted a cuff detail to be corrected, it won't be, because they will follow the sample, the physical garment sample, rather than anything else. And so it's basically the first sample that will create the quality that we are looking for in that range. And so it will look something like this. It will have your technical drawing front and back, because of course there is no garment to follow. We've got what fabric we're using, what fusing we're using for the button stands or cuffs and collars. Is there lining? Is there contrast? Is there wadding? And here are the measurements that I would like the machinist to match. And so this is a place where, say we are sampling in a very light white viscose knit. And because of that dye process, that knit is very elastic and hasn't got much hold. That the minute I cut that fabric and we now are crossing biases and grains on a knit, everything starts to drop out. And so I will then hear from the machinist that she's not able to meet my measurements. And here I will go and measure the pattern and measure the garment sample and see the difference between, has the garment dropped out, and now I'm measuring a whole lot wider. Another favorite that happens is, especially with viscose knit, is if the cutting table is not careful and they pull the fabric when they're laying it, it gets narrower and longer. And the minute it's cut, it then bounces back up. And so we then wouldn't meet a measurement where a garment measurement is different than a pattern measurement. I want them to follow the haberdashery and trims that I've given them. And so I'm keeping my article number so that I can age this document also. So if we do a rerun 2 years later, because it was such a fabulous seller, I simply phone back my supplier and say, have you still got stock of this article? And here it gives everything that that machinist is looking to do in order to finish that garment. And your technical drawing will give you an example of the buttons, say down the button stand. And if your pattern maker has done their job properly, they will give you a button marker in the pattern nest. So the machinist is not guessing how far spaced out are the buttons on this garment. Here we get to a very important place where stitching information, all to be flat and even with and pucker free. I here can say, do I want a 6 milli foot stitch edge or a 2 milli edge stitch or double row top stitching? And here with work content, the sample machinist will time herself the minute she starts the sample to the end of the sample, so that I can start to anticipate how much a cut, make, and trim factory is going to charge me per minute. And I can give them information also saying, we seem to be taking 56 minutes in order to do the sample. And so you're looking at about 56 minutes per standard minute cost. I can see what top stitching I want. I can see what hems I want. Is it blind hemmed? Is it top stitched down? What are we doing? Are we delivering the pants without a hem because it's corporate wear and the customers will hem their pants for themselves? All of this information sits on the style breakdown. As always, I want checks to be blocked, and what that means is that when I wear the jacket, the stripes will match up on the sleeve, and when I turn side on, the stripes will match up on the side. And once you know what stripe blocking looks like, it'll drive you insane when something's up and down. Obviously with velvet, that the pile is all in one direction, so you don't get the shining. And that when you cut velvet, you are always stroking down, not up. And then, of course, stripes to be in one way. So I don't want to open the pants and see the stripes of the waistband going one way and the stripes on the legs going another way. And so when you are cutting stripes, they should chevron on the hips, they should chevron on the crutch, and they should chevron on the inside leg. As always, I've given a swatch so that the cutting table doesn't mistake my sample goods for somebody else's sample goods. They can feel it with their fingers. And as always, we want the sample machinist to have the autonomy and the sovereignty of being the specialist in this environment, to give us feedback on how the garment went together. Did the nips match? Were there issues with panels? Is the fabric behaving the way that it should? Any comments we want to come back. So Mel, would you have any questions on this?
I think that you've been very, very clear, Colleen. This document seems to kind of cover anything that might happen. And
thanks, Charlie. That's the point. This is what talks to you when you have left that delivery and walked away and gone on with running your business.
Yes.
And this empowers your cut, make, and trim factory, or your sample hand, or your tailor to sew for you with your voice.
Yes. So what happens? What happens if your sample machinist has taken a certain amount of time with a thing? Then you send the production run into the CMT factory, and somehow they're taking much longer with it.
Then we will have agreed on a price. Okay. Sometimes they will run it through and see how it goes on the line. But often they have got their own formulas. The way that I was taught was we measured running meters of sewing. And so I knew on a plane machine, because we know that the plane machinist is the person that's carrying the cost of all the costing, that at that speed I could sew so many garments in a minute, or so many seam lengths in a minute. And so various CMT factories will have their own way of costing a garment. And, you know, you can sometimes say to them, what's your standard minute? And so I've come up with 56 minutes, and you're charging me R5 a minute. Okay, let's see if we can better it. Or, you know, we know that that sample machinist was absolutely extraordinary, and a production run doesn't run like that. And also we know that a sample machinist will do every sewing operation, while a factory line is broken down into operations. And so that bundle starts at the back and then is passed forward on each sewing operation.
Okay, that's useful information. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome.
So we are going to do costing schedules soon. But basically, having gone through the process of the costing schedule and deciding whether a garment is feasible for production, this sheet will be attached to an approved sample and will be delivered with the production. So the fabric, the trims, the haberdashery, the cutting orders, and it will be the discussion for the sampling procedure. So this is known now as a sealed sample. So often what you'll get is a garment on a hanger with a plastic sleeve with your pre-production report in it. And it is ticketed, often with a little lead seal if you're working with a retail environment like Woolies or Edgar's, who have gone through the QA department. They will then give you a lead seal and it becomes a sealed sample. And so when they use the sealed sample for production, it gives them a clear outline of acceptable tolerances for their quality assurance. So this is a pre-production report. It is different than a sample. We've now gone through that sampling. We have approved it. We've made any stitching changes. If we've had to cut down on some stitching details to meet a cost specification, we then have this report. And again, you've got your technical drawing. You've got all of your construction. How is it being packaged? How is it being delivered to the retail environment? And then, of course, your measurements that the garment will measure your sample measurements. So whether you're cutting in a medium or a small or a 34 or a size 10. And so your factory, your CMT, will have a quality control person who will then walk around with this sheet and measure end production in your sample style, and then across your size range. And so your bust, your waist, your first hip, your second hip, your cut elastic, your finished elastic, for all of the sizes. With things like cut elastic, you've got some junior staff person just cutting elastic all day to measurement. And why would you need a cut elastic and a finished elastic measurement? Well, sometimes elastic perishes. And so once it's been through, especially if it's like an elasticator, which is a patent machine with 4 needles that will give you that 4 rows of top stitching, has got a very heavy foot and underfeed dogs. So the teeth that pull that garment through that elasticator will sometimes stretch the elastic out and it won't recover. And so we want to know what the finished elastic measurement should be. And if the elastic is not recovering, we've got a problem and we would stop production, saying the elastic quality is shocking and it's probably going to perish. And so stop production, we need to rebuy the elastic. And as always, we've got general comments here. So am I clear on why we have a pre-production sample and what a sample stitching guide is?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Now, Colleen, for people who are watching, if they want to get hold of these templates, are they able to contact you for them?
Yes, sure, with pleasure. I have them in a Word document, and that just means you can tailor it to yourself. You're not sitting with trying to convert a PDF. And I've worked on these schedules for many, many years, and they are invaluable, absolutely invaluable. And also that you can use them to age and do your cost analysis. And I always say to designers, don't be embarrassed about having your bog standard styles year in and year out. Because when your customer learns that this is the fit of your leggings and it works fantastically, you can then do a sample run of your black, navy, stone, and white leggings year in, year out. And then you can also just watch the costing of the fabrics over the years. And so, and you know this, we've been through where silk was quite affordable and quite popular at one time. And then there was a terrible disease that happened with silk moths, and the price of silk went through the roof. One year we had cotton, and so cotton lycra stretch leggings, fantastic, very cheap, fantastic. And then we had cotton blight. And suddenly you're paying more for cotton than you would have for silk. So you can see over the years on your standard fabrics that you're using that we are affected by the world issues. What I've also found, and I'm talking about cotton lycra because it's a standard fabric, and we do rely on it, is that I have noticed that because the rand is so weak, what used to be a very good cotton lycra for leggings, you can now split peas through, because they are lightening the fabric per square meter in order to match the rand per meter threshold. So yeah, we sometimes do struggle to get good quality, thicker gram per meter stretch fabrics or fabrics. So your schedules like this, even if you're not a big design house that's supplying to retail environments, these schedules keep the fiscal discipline in order to see how we are making a profit, if we're making a profit, where our loss leaders are, where our money for jam is in the ranges. Something that's often overlooked, and I think because people take their talent for granted, is they ignore their designs and they are not filing their designs year in and year out. And so I would want a style file with a record of all the designs that have ever gone into pattern production, matching with a pattern number and a style number. And often that style number and name is useful for boutiques because they can use it on their till process, 5-digit style number. It also tells me where I was at when I made that style, what was influencing me by the name I've given it. And often that number has got, so let's say it's 001, so out of hundreds of patterns I've started, this was the first pattern I ever made, and then in 17. And that will tell me that I produced that pattern in 2017. Because in retrospect, we sometimes forget, I can't remember how long or how old that pattern is. And so it can also just give me a good way to benchmark what was happening in the industry, where my creative process was. And that, sometimes patterns from 2006 are still working because we hit that block fit right and we got the styling right, and our customers will love it. Especially if we're working with women who know what they want. And I know what I wear suits my body, and so I make slight changes to the style, but the fit is constant. So on a style file, I do not want a fashion illustration. I want a technical drawing. And ideally, the balance and the proportions are all synergized. So that means that if I take my technical drawing of a skirt and a pants and I lay them over and put them on a light box, the waists are exactly the same measurement. The hip is exactly the same, unless, of course, it's a silhouette for that season. So that's what I mean by synergized proportions, and that they read in terms of a coat is bigger than a jacket is bigger than a waistcoat, and a dress and a blouse will be of a similar size, but a sleeveless camisole will be smaller than a blouse, and a skirt and a pants will have the same waist. So general attention to detail, depicting clean lines, smooth curves, blended, and of course stitching details. And the amount of buttons. A technical drawing is accurate. It's not a fashion illustration. It is accurate. Then in the same numerical order, I would want all the patterns hanging on that rail. And so I can go to the file, I can look at that picture, and then I know that I can go to the rail, and if it's in 200s, it will be quite far down the rail. Often then you would have with the pattern the sealed sample. I don't have to go and kerfuffle and now try and find a stitching sample. It all hangs with the pattern. And I do believe in hanging patterns. I do not like working on soft paper that are sitting in envelopes. And I know that as somebody who would have to work with soft paper patterns, it would drive me insane to use it as a layup. It's hard to trace off quickly. It really just invest in hardboard paper. And in South Africa, I can give you where I get the hardboard paper from. And I use a 150-gram paper and 150 centimeters wide. Why? Because fabric comes in 150 centimeters. And so I can already start to see that if I fold the paper in half and I can't get the pattern across the half of the paper, I'm going to be wasting fabric. It's not going to fit across a lay. And then, of course, often, as I say, designers ignore the intellectual capital. Those style files and those pattern rails are worth millions. And so keep them in order, keep them safe, keep them accessible. And if you are working on digitized patterns, I will still keep a hard copy. Somebody's computer crashes, they immigrate, all of my intellectual capital then sits in their computer and not on a rail where it's accessible. And then as the company diversifies into different labels or different stories, there would be an existing rail and existing style file for each of the separate writings for that label. And that's that for today.
That is amazingly useful. Thank you so much, Colleen. Now, all these things that you're talking about in these videos that you're doing with me are components of your masterclasses, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So what I found when I was business coaching young designers who were newly qualified or entrepreneurs who were interested in coming into fashion was that the material out there to support designers is hopelessly inadequate. And often colleges are not focused enough on the gritty bits of the business around costing. We're focusing far more about, producing fabulous fashion illustrations, where I say that's absolutely useless. You can Google fashion on the internet and come up with next year's seasons already made. There's nothing new in the world. You're not reinventing a mini skirt. I'm far more interested in around how to make the business viable. And so I created 7 masterclasses that specifically address these kind of questions. And they sit there in perpetuity for the good of young designers and entrepreneurs and experienced business people who are diversifying their entrepreneurships and going into business.
Now, for those who are watching, I've attended one of Colleen's masterclasses, and I have to say that the intensity of information that she shared was absolutely mind-boggling. I know a lot of people, especially if they're on a tight budget, feel that they're learning enough from these videos that you're watching with us now. But I can really, really recommend that you sign up for Colleen's masterclasses, because the depth and breadth of information that she shares with you one-on-one is just incredible. Don't just skim for the free information. Attend one of her masterclasses, because you won't be sorry. It's well worth the investment in her personal time and her personal energy. And Colleen, if anybody would like to join your masterclasses, how can they contact you?
They can drop me an email. So Colleen at Patternworks, patternworks.co.za. And as I said, we are looking at a learning management system. They are normally done face-to-face because I make the classes very practical. And I do a lot of demonstration. And when we're going to do how to audit a pattern, I think we'll do that next week. Let's do that adventure next week. I'm going to see what it looks like on video, because it'll be the first time that we're actually doing it interactively remotely. So yes, we'll again be pioneering, Mel. Let's see how it reads, and let's see what people give us in terms of feedback on watching me manipulate a pattern in order to audit it.
That masterclass that I attended when you did that process, my mind was completely blown. Yeah, and it's very different book learning and actually seeing you do it. So thank you for sharing that with our audience.
That process is so cost effective, because to do a first sample or a second sample or a third sample is very, very heavily weighted. A factory will charge you a premium cost for a sample because they don't never recoup their money, really. You've got one machinist sewing one garment, one person cutting one garment. It takes as much time to lay up one garment as it would to and cut. It doesn't take as much time. It takes very little time to lay up one garment, but it takes the same amount of time to cut out one garment as it would 100 garments. And so factories will charge you a premium for a sample. And so if you follow this simple auditing process that I will show our viewers, that will save you a fortune. And I always say, some time spent with me doing the intensive is cheaper than a roll of fabric. But what you'll save as a designer in the long run is far more than you would ever then if we cut a production that failed.
I speak from experience in the 90s when I didn't have any of these tools at my disposal. My production was one disaster after another, and I actually stopped producing because it was starting to cost me more to run the business than what I was making. There were just...
That doesn't even count the emotional cost.
Oh my God. And the number of garments, I've still got floor mats that my poor mother used to sit with me crying, okay, because I'd be faced with an entire production run that was so disastrous that all we could do was cut the garments up and crochet them into rag rugs. And I'm still using those rag rugs in my house today, and I look back at that process of heartache. And in fact, I think that's why it's quite important to me right now, and why it's cathartic to me right now, to be putting together this series and knowing that we can save others out there some of this painful process.
You know, and I'm going to call it the clothing industry. This has got nothing to do with fashion. We are in the business of manufacturing clothing. The clothing industry is very tough, and one has to be emotionally incredibly resilient. Even with the best structures in place, there's a lot that can go wrong. Our processes vary from year to year. You know, you take your eye off the ball for 1 minute and somebody cuts the wrong pattern, or, you know, a lot of the things that we do, you cannot undo. And so this is about knowing that the clothing industry can make the advertising industry look like a little girl's tea party. This is a tough industry, and it will spit you out. And so often what happens is it's not the people that are emotionally resilient that survive. It's the broken people who have no other choice but to stay in the industry. And you do not want to get involved in a CMT full of broken people who have no choices. You want to go into a CMT where there's a happiness. Trust the energy. Often the machinists are mostly women, and you'll find the most incredible sisterhoods happening in functional factories. I know the first time I was ever in a factory over December, and this was before cell phones, I had to ask the factory manager if I could phone my mum. And I stood outside with the phone so that my mum could hear the ladies singing the praise songs for Christmas. Happy factories produce happy garments. And there is this incredible sisterhood that happens, or familyhood, let's call it family, that happens in factories where we know somebody's birthday is coming up and every single machinist will give a small donation towards buying one beautiful blanket for somebody for their birthday. It's those happy places of consideration that will produce happy garments that look and feel the way that you want your brand to look and feel.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Colleen. Thank you for the useful information that you've shared with us today. We've had some great feedback about the series so far, and I'm pretty certain that this episode has added even more value.
Sure, and I'm open to questions. So if people want to send requests to pinpoint specific pain points, send it, or requests for easy solutions. Please send those questions, and we will set up one interview just to address questions.
So for everybody watching, on the 5th of August, we're going to do the Q&A session. And if you would like to participate in the Zoom, please just get in contact with me and I'll send you the login details so that you can join the conversation in person.
Great, awesome.
Okay,
Thank you, Mel.
It's a huge pleasure. Thank you, Colleen. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for spending some more time with us today to work on your clothing manufacturing business. And today, Colleen Jack is going to talk to us about grading patterns.
Thanks, Mel. And so, yes, this is the last in the series, and it is what most often people find challenging. And so I suppose talking about grading sizes today is to put people at ease. So I'm going to screen share with everyone, and let's go on this adventure. So first of all, we create sizes off a master pattern. And that master pattern is sampled, we have done a critique on it, we've checked that the fit is correct, and we're ready to go into production. A good pattern maker grader will then make sure that all of the seams are correct. They'll fold the sleeve in half, make sure that the underarm sleeve measurement is correct. They will track the sleeve head into the armhole. And so they will make sure that every seam goes together accurately, every balance notch is accurate before they start grading. If we didn't have a master pattern, we would then have to engineer every size like we did the master pattern, which is way too expensive. So we use the master pattern. It's normally in the middle. So if we start with a medium, we would then go small, extra small, large, extra large, 2XL. So it's normally in the middle, so it doesn't distort the range. Good grading will maintain all of the design aesthetics without distorting over the sizes. And we will decide the grading on the client's target market. So whether it's age or body structure or lifestyle, and according to that, we will then do the grading. And so there are fixed grading rules, but we will follow the designer's idea about how that body dimension will give a perfect look. We will maintain the look as a pattern maker grader, and then the customers will also themselves have an idea around what size give a better look for them for comfort or feel or whatever their criteria are. Sizing is dependent on the pattern maker and the grader's competence, and of course then the manufacturing that happens with that. And some styles lend themselves to different kind of grading. So with a baggy style, we may get away with a one size fits all. Or if the garment is especially complex, we would then have to decide how to proportion the grade over a very complicated design. Stretch materials obviously give you more forgiveness in your fit. And so where we've only got a 5 centimeter grade, an 8 to 14% elastin in the fabric could then give us a little bit more tolerance and leeway. This is also where on stretch fabrics, I recommend we move into SML, XL, and not a 10, 12, 14, or a 34, 36, 38. Stages of production can also affect the final specifications of a garment. So wrong selection of fabric, shrinkage of fabric, defects in the machinery, errors in marking and cutting out, and inaccurate sewing can also distort the fit. And so I had a boss who used to walk through the cutting factories looking in the overlog tray what had ever been cut off in the overlocking. And he would go berserk, because a little millimeter here and a millimeter there over 4 panels can change the size by half a size.
Now, Colleen, just a question here on the question of shrinkage. Do you recommend that designers pre-wash all fabric before they cut?
No, Mel, on certain fabrics, you really know that it's as stable as anything. But when you start working on viscoses, especially, depending on what color they are, the viscose has at least a 10% shrinkage. And so one must consider that shrinkage in a viscose style. And viscose lends itself to looser fits anyway. So yes, you could pre-wash it. It's very difficult then, because then you're cutting it into pieces, because most people don't have machinery big enough to wash a whole roll at a time. I would rather say that the factory must be very careful in laying up. And a good factory will allow the viscose to relax overnight and only cut the next day, which is very expensive to have something sitting on a cutting table for so long. And then, of course, if you go into denim manufacturing, denim does shrink, and you do not pre-wash the denim. Normally, there are after washes that will be, depending on the styling finish. So is it an enzyme wash, or is it a stone wash, or is it a whatever kind of wash it is? And so a denim pattern maker will make the pattern to shrink for denim. And so we already inculcate the shrink into the pattern, not into the denim.
Okay. Because I remember when I was working with t-shirting, that would normally shrink 10% in the length, but be fairly stable in the width.
Yeah. And so, you can expect things to bounce up. And yeah, your good pattern maker will have increased a little bit in the length.
Okay.
But also know your suppliers. Somebody like Golden Glow, the fabric that they're bringing in is stable year in and year out. You can use the same cotton lycra for seasons, and it is pretty stable. Yeah, and so often we have a situation where the consumers get confused with sizes, and they don't necessarily correlate the numbers that we use with the body measurements that we have created a pattern size for. And so they'll trial our fit and say, well, let me take an S, an M, and an L and see which one actually fits me. Some people with very specific body types only shop at certain stores because they know that the block has the body type inculcated into the fit. And so I often hear from people who shop at Woolies and they love the pants, but they happen to be pear shapes. So if you know which stores make your sizes, then you know that that's typically for their target market. I really try to make this simpler, but basically let's just do a technical explanation. The definition of size charts is for infants, juveniles, and adults, there are a set of rules and increments to be used for grading. With kiddies, there are also height factors. So we grade, we normally do a standard grade, but there are no internationally agreed upon dimensions for actual master patterns to be used, because we are specifically making patterns for a target market. And manufacturers make patterns according to body fit using similar grading increments. And so we do normally talk about a 5 centimeter or 2 inch grade. A set of sizes from the smallest to the largest will have fixed in between intervals. And these intersize intervals need not be the same throughout the range. And so what we would find if we were doing a 10 size grade for, say, corporate wear, is I would then start grading the neckline every alternate size so the neckline doesn't distort. Women don't get fatter in their neck. And so where do you proportion the grade to be sympathetic to the styling of that garment? Size progression are the intervals. They may not be the same throughout the size range of the grade, and it's not uncommon that smaller sizes will have smaller intervals and larger sizes will have larger intervals. And so it's always about what you lose on the swings, you'll make up on the roundabout, and know your target market. So we always talk about a model size 34, but in fact, the average size of a woman in South Africa is actually a size 44. And she's about 5'3". So we are the third most obese country in the world.
Mm.
And so our size breakdowns are often geared towards our eating habits and our lifestyle.
Mm.
And so, yeah, know your target market. And the basic requirements for determining a size progression when grading are reliable size charts. And so that is a very important guide for your grader. And so if you are selling online and you're selling off a size chart, ensure that your pattern maker has that size chart to match the grading to your online selling. The grading increments will increase or decrease from the master pattern for smaller or larger sizes. The increments for children's patterns vary at specific points throughout the size range according to age, height, and of course growth spurts. There are very few graders who specialize in kiddies wear. And kiddies wear is not a standard grade. It is far more complicated and far more checking points to go through. Adults remain the same at specific points throughout that size range. And a master pattern is the completed styled pattern with seam allowance, with all of the necessary markings and sewing instructions and special instructions clearly made visible on the pattern. And any pattern that is on the fold must be on the fold and not just place on fold. Factories do not place fabric on the fold, they lay open. So all patterns must be made on the fold. And then grading distortions will occur when there's a fault, however minor, in the master pattern. And that might be a result of, careless pattern making, careless cutting, careless marking of the outlines of the pattern onto the grading paper, incorrect squaring off from a master pattern. And you will live and die by your 90 degree on grading. If you are not at 90 degrees, it will distort. And then careless checking of the master pattern to ascertain if everything fits together. As I said, a good pattern maker will check every seam before they actually start grading. Mm-hmm. So the definitions of our terms: in a woman, the difference between the bust and the hip dimensions are only 5 centimeters. And in men, the difference between the chest and the waist are 15 centimeters. So that's called the drop, as you go down. I'm not going to talk about picking off because many people will never use this technique. I use nesting, and nesting is placing each size pattern from biggest to smallest, one on top of each other. And you line the center front up or the fold up, and you then see it nests down. And you can literally place a finger between each of the grades because it usually is about 12 millimeters. And so when you are a designer picking up your grading from your grader, you can quickly nest a pattern to do a very quick audit on whether or not the grading is accurate. And so always do an audit. Your pattern maker will be very comfortable if they are confident of their work that you can quickly nest a pattern for accuracy. And then, of course, each pattern should be, as I said the other day, every size is in red and the cutting instructions are in black for quick identification. So what is the difference between simple and proportional grading? So adults use simple grading. We basically just increase the girth. Proportional grading is used for kiddies, where we are taking into the girth and the height as a kid grows. There are different methods of grading, and so I have put these PowerPoints on SlideShare if anyone wants them afterwards. But I use a track or shift grading, which means that the master pattern maker is used to mark one size at a time, and you shift the pattern out accordingly, up or down, whether you're growing the pattern or shrinking the pattern, using your grading rules and marking the necessary outlines in order in the sequence that we do it in. All of these grading methods are right. I prefer track or shift grading because of its accuracy. What we have to know is that if you say, take your medium and then grade the large, cut it out, and then take the large to grade the extra large, gosh help you if you have made a mistake on the large. Because that mistake will then track through to your extra large, your 2 extra large, your 3 extra large. And so I do recommend a shift grading, and there is a way for it to be done accurately, and that we cover in our masterclass. When we check the grade, straight lines that are on the diagonal will not meet. And so diagonal lines distort very quickly. And so every straight line must be then taken with a ruler and straightened off again. Because a curved line is a diagonal, diagonals will distort. And so every armhole, every neckline, every sleeve curve, every sleeve head must be redrawn by hand. And there are rules on how to track that those lines don't distort. And then joining points, angles, and curves, when they become distorted, they then have to be redrawn to be blended into, so that they will match the shape and line of your master pattern. General prep for grading is always arrange the pattern lengthwise, so that you're using the edge of the table with the fold of the pattern, so that it's easy to control. It also means that it's easy to control growing it and shrinking it in front of you. We basically always live and die off a 90-degree angle. And so you will always grade off a square, and those become known as your control lines. So you will always go back home to your control lines when you're grading. And since the size will affect every pattern piece, if there are panel cuts in a design, is to decide where to put the grading proportionately across those panels, so that that style evenly grows across the girth. Yeah, so to grade up one size, the grading amounts are standard. To grade up 2 sizes, you simply double the amounts. And to grade down 1 size, you use the same amount, but you're just using it in the opposite direction. And if you're grading down 2 sizes, you're grading double the amount. Is that clear?
Yes,
I'm really trying to simplify it. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I think that grading is a complicated enough thing that if anybody really wants to understand it, then they really need to sign up for the master classes
and watch it. And so I can say people do get afraid of grading. I think grading is the most meditative process because the rules are so clear. And so it's an incredibly peaceful process when you're doing it, and an incredibly fulfilling process when it comes out right. So every facet of the master pattern, good, bad, or indifferent, will be repeated across the graded size. And if there are minor discrepancies, they will become major distortions over a larger size. And so you will be able to see if you've made a mistake in grading immediately. And if the lines don't track, stop, don't cut. There is a problem, you have made a mistake. Style features don't grade. Yeah, go for it.
Would you recommend that a designer, say they pick up their graded patterns from the pattern maker, then sample one in each size before they go into production?
It depends on the market. For corporate wear, you would absolutely need a sizing range. And that's because people don't know how to use a tape measure accurately. And so if you are doing a corporate environment with thousands of units, I would make sure that you have a fitting range from that has got every size, and you have a consultant on hand. And that will ensure that every person who tries on a garment comes out of the fitting room and shows the consultant, so that we know that she hasn't put a garment on that's 2 sizes too small, so she can, you know, express her style. We are more concerned that the garment fits to the branding and that it is not to the client's personality. So you may want to wear your private clothes 2 sizes too small, but for our corporate brand, this is the size and this is the garment and this is how it fits. So yeah, so I do recommend a size range for corporate wear. But a lot of our clients are now selling online, and so make sure that your size charts are accurate and that they are garment measurements and not body measurements. Or you specify the difference between your garment ease and your body measurement. Something that's very important in grading that will help simplify where we are putting the grading increments is that we don't grade style features. And so that's things like pocket flaps and details like, it doesn't matter if I'm grading a pair of shorts, hot pants, capri pants, long trouser length. The grading rule stays the same for where the grade increases from the crotch height and the girth width. It doesn't matter if I'm grading the sleeve, if it's a cap sleeve, a short sleeve, a 3/4 sleeve, a long sleeve. The grading is happening across the bicep width and the height of the crown of the sleeve. It doesn't matter if I am grading a mini skirt, a pencil skirt, a maxi skirt. The grading happens across the girth of the waist and the hips. So it's very important that we define, are we grading a style feature or are we grading for fit? As I said, design panels are graded with the increments divided evenly between the panels. And the widths of the slacks and the bottoms of the sleeve cuffs must be scrutinized in a grade range. And so if you are going 10 sizes, make sure that by the time you have got to your size 54, that her pants legs aren't so wide. And there we would use what we call pivot grading. And so we are swinging in half the amount at the cuff, the full amount at the waist. Half the amount at the cuff of the sleeve, the full amount at the bicep of the sleeve width. And then always, if you're doing collars, you have got your grade rules to follow, but please make sure that the pattern maker has tracked the neck along the collar to make sure that that collar still fits. And I want to see those lines on a pattern. I can tell when somebody's checked their collars if they fit. Useful aids for grading is a large set square for placing the guidelines. And as I said to you, know how to work a Perspex ruler. Those measurements are there specifically in increments. They will sometimes also have a parallel ruler on the side of that set square, so you don't have to have a separate ruler, but there is a specific parallel ruler for grading. Have a metric tape measure for marking off the grading increments. And this is where, I know in South Africa we use centimeters, but I find grading in inches far more accurate because 1/8 of an inch is easier to check than 3 millimeters. And I could make a mistake with 3 millimeters, but I'm very clear that my 1/8 is very clear. Long steel ruler for drawing straight SIGs for your straight of grains. A clutch pencil, as I said, with a very fine hard lead. And that means you don't have to rub out your pencil lead afterwards so that your pattern looks immaculate. Obviously a good sharp pair of scissors, and there are people who specialize in sharpening scissors. I don't use stacking pins anymore to check my nests, but you can use a stacking pin. So you basically line all the center fronts up together. You push in the stacking pin, and that means that when you check your nests, everything will not shift as you're moving. I like 150 grams by 150 centimeter pattern board. You can get harder pattern board, but I found with my strength in my hand and my scissors that I quite like that weight of the board. 50 centimeter strings, yes, I'm that anal that all my strings measure the same. When I fold it in half, all my patterns will hang on a wire coat hanger at a level that is below the sleeve on the coat hanger that identifies the pattern and the grade and the style number. And so that's why you need a wire coat hanger for grading, because you're going to hang everything on a hanger very neatly. So let's talk about the increments. It's 5 centimeters or 2 inches in circumference for grading adults. And we drop the length in the armhole and the crutches 6 millimeters or 1/4 of an inch. We always grade off 90 degrees. We always grade in parallel unless we do a pivot grade that will ensure that the cuffs and the hems are not too wide. We centralize all styling features, and we don't grade styling. So we do not grade the length of the pants or the pocket flaps and things like that. Know that diagonal lines distort, so I want to see all of those lines ruled up with a straight ruler. And so with a 5 centimeter grade in circumference, we divide the body into 4 quarters. And so that is a left front, left back, right back. And so that means 1/4 of the body therefore grows 12 millis or 1 inch, a half an inch. And this is further divided into 4 portions, which is 3 mils or 1/8 of an inch. So it's really, really clear and simple. And so this is what it looks like when you've divided up that 12 millis. We give 1/8 to the neck, 1/8 to the shoulder, and 1/4 out and 1/4 down for the armhole to grow. So whatever I've done to the armhole, I'll do to the sleeve. And so we will grow 1/4 in the head, and we will grow out 1/4. So that will make it half an inch. The hip on the skirt, oh, that's a mistake. That's not 1/4. That is, oh, sorry. That is actually 1/2. So I will divide the dart in the middle and give 1/4 and 1/4. Divide the dart in the middle on the pants, give 1/4, 1/4, and the crutch length will grow 1/4, and we will put 1/4 and 1/4 to either side of the straight of grain. And you can see that I'm on a 90 degree on all of these straight of grains.
That's very clear,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so a bodice will grade out 1/8 to the neck, 1/8 to the shoulder, 1/4 down and out, and then you track off the rest of the underarm and the bottom hem of the garment. You then put on a 1 centimeter in and 1 centimeter down a pinpoint, and you swivel the sleeve until it tracks 90 degrees to the shoulder line. And you simply trace it off on that armhole. So it's very simple. It's scary for a lot of people, but once you've watched how grading is done, it is, as I say, a very meditative, anticipated process with rules. And if you do not follow the rules, the grading will distort. The minute you see your grading distort, go back, rub out all your lines and restart. You've clearly made a mistake somewhere. Yeah, so if you've done an 1/8 on the neckline, for your collar, you will pull out an 1/8 and trace off your shoulder line, pull out a further 1/8 and trace off the center front and the rest of the collar. Your collar top, you will then pull out 1/4 in total. And with the 2-piece sleeve, you just divide it up. And so you are still giving 1/4 into the height, but then you are giving 1/2 and 1/2 on either side, an 1/8 and an 1/8 on either side. And the very important line to afterwards check is that this outside arm measurement, this top sleeve measurement, measures exactly the same when you've refined the lines. And this is an example of pivot grading, is where you do not want the cuffs and widths of the sleeves to distort, is you will be angling it in from the bottom of the hem to the waist, 1/4 and 1/4, and then at the bottom only moving out 1/2 of that, which would be 1/8. And you can find that those lines start curving at the bottom, And then it would be to work out how to ensure that that line doesn't look dropped once the pants are made and finished. And that's it. That's the end of our grading conversation.
That was very, very useful. Thank you so much, Colleen. You always share such valuable information with our community. I appreciate it so much.
You're very welcome, Mel. Yeah, I think the best and most loving way to learn how to grade is to watch a grader do it first. And once you've done that, practice, practice, practice. And you can go rusty on the rules. And so, you know, always go back to your rules if you haven't graded for a while.
I think your advice to watch somebody doing it first is very valuable. Not to just to try and launch in on your own without having a feeling for how it works.
Yeah, it will instill confidence, and you'll see how simple it is and how graceful it is when it's done for you in the beginning. But even if you're never going to grade, know that you can nest a pattern and immediately check whether the grading is accurate. And you'll see everything lines up. It really is the most extraordinary thing to see a nested pattern that's neat and ordered. And you'll feel it in your guts if it's right.
That's great
Cool.
information. Thank you so much for that, Colleen. And for people who are watching who are interested in Colleen's master classes, you can contact her at colleen@patternworks.co.za. That's COLLEEN at PATTERWORKS.co.za. I can really recommend that you sign up for her master classes if you want to get your pattern grading right.
Darling, thank you as always for your generosity and for the plug. It's so kind of you. Thank you.
I know you're not going to do it. So. Somebody has to. You're such a brilliant resource. More people should make use of the resource.
And that these videos that we've created together, Mel, will stand in perpetuity. They can be go back to look at them, go onto SlideShare, have a look at what's on the slides. There's more than enough to handhold people lovingly into their success.
Thank you so much for growing the local clothing industry. I appreciate it so much. And in fact, not even the local clothing industry, internationally, these videos have already gone all around the world. So well done.
Thank you, darling.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me for another conversation with Colleen Jack. For those of you who've missed our earlier episodes, Colleen is a master pattern maker, and today she's going to share some information with you about cutting orders. So if you are an aspiring fashion designer or clothing manufacturer, please, I think you should watch this video. It's really going to help you to plan your collections and make sure that you create a sustainable range. Colleen?
Perfect. So we have been exploring how to cost garments, and an essential aspect of that is using a cutting order in order to create the rigor that goes into manufacturing a garment and costing a garment. And so while we use a cutting order, it tracks a couple of things. It's engineered to protect you and hold the cut, make, and trim factory to account. It's also accompanied by a delivery note detailing all the items that go with that production order. And so, are you supplying the fusing? Are you supplying the thread, the labels, the size labels? All of those things that need to go with the garment, the zips, the haberdashery, the trim. And the cutting order will also have swatches of the fabric that you have delivered. And so often, what happens is that the fabric is stored underneath the cutting tables, because obviously it takes quite a lot of space and you can't have people tripping over rolls of fabric. And so if you are not sticking a little swatch onto the cutting order, the person will simply pull out the first roll of fabric that's underneath the table in the right color. And so, you know, somebody may have delivered their black fabric and you've delivered your black fabric, and without a swatch, how does the person who's going to lay up the cutting know which is the right black fabric? And remember that it's dark under the tables. Often it's dark in storerooms. And so it is vitally important that a cutting order sits as the communication tool for you while you are not in the factory. The other thing is please make sure that on your delivery notes and on your cutting order, there is a place for the person in charge to sign. And the minute they have signed that cutting order, it becomes a legally binding document. You may also want to put on the back of your cutting order your terms and conditions. But normally a cutting order will have a signature, a delivery date that you delivered the work material for, and a delivery date of when you want to collect your finished garments. And by having somebody who is in the power, not just somebody who opened the door and let your delivery person in, but having somebody deliver it and sign it who is in a place where they can actually say, yes, I accept and acknowledge the receipt of these goods. The cutting order is explicit in detailing what to expect and will give clear indications of what has been ordered, what needs to be cut, what must be delivered, and also if there were any recuts made on the garments. So say a machinist was disturbed and she cut a hole in the garment and they unpicked the front panel, recut the front panel and finished the garment. And also if any of the garments were rejected. So you know what has happened to your roll of fabric and how that fabric was actually used to take up that whole roll.
The more I listen to you, the more I realize that this is the document that was missing when I was manufacturing clothing in the 1990s. I cannot tell you how many challenges I had with CMT companies that this document would have solved and would have covered me for, because I lost thousands of rands to errors made in the CMT factory that I now realize, listening to you, were partly my responsibility because they didn't have enough information, and partly their responsibility because they never took ownership of some of what happened.
Yeah, so you might be told, oh, there were rejects or there was a slub in the fabric and so we had to make a recut. I want that back. And so originally, when we started this process, I said to you, there is no waste. Fabric is so ecologically expensive to produce. It uses so much water. So gone are the days of throwing away offcuts. Those offcuts are incredibly valuable. And so if there is a reject garment, I would like that reject garment back. Because it's my property, because it's my intellectual property, but also it's for me to decide that I could then collect all of those reject garments and give it into a place where children have no clothes anyway, or people have no clothes. And a small hole, I might not want somebody to pay for it, but I have no problem donating that garment to somebody who could wear it. If there are rejects, I want to see the rejects, and then I can make a decision. Do we then cut those down into smaller pieces so that we can patchwork them to create a new fabric? What are we going to do with those rejects? And then I also, very importantly, deliver with that cutting order a rating on the cutting order, and I'll show you just now what that looks like. And so I want the cutting room to match my rating of how many square meters I've used to get that garment out, or improve it. And even if it's 1 centimeter, over 100 garments, it makes up something. What would I do with that little something? Over 1,000 garments, I could get another garment out.
Mm.
And so that matching that rating or better that rating is absolutely fantastic information.
Mm. So,
Um,
so what would you
yeah,
suggest somebody does if the factory doesn't match the rating?
that I want a phone call. I want a WhatsApp. I want to know I'm 10 centimeters over, and what is the reason for that?
Okay.
And there can be various reasons. It could be that I have, and we said this in our costing schedule last time we spoke, is in order to recover my research and development costs, I have to cut a minimum amount of garments. And in order to break even, I have to cut a minimum of garments. And so normally it's over 4 size ways, broken into a size curve that goes 1, 2, 2, 1, depending on what your size range is, and over 4 colorways. And normally it is your 3 standard colors that you would be selling, your black, white, navy, and say stone. And then your 5th colorway would be your fashion item for that season. And so on the fashion colorway, they may not meet that rating because, say, they've got a blocker pattern, or that fabric comes on a slightly narrower width, some reason like that.
Mm.
But that is information that the cutting room would give immediately to me as the client.
Okay. So you want that information in real time as it happens, not when you collect the order at the end.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if they are bettering the rating, I also want to call, because a classic would be that instead of going across the width, there's waist on the side and they've turned the waistband upside down and gone across the selvage instead of across the width. And while that might save space, there might be consequences to cutting the waistband the wrong way around. And so suddenly the pants don't fit properly because there's more stretch on the selvage than there is on the width of the fabric. You know, various different reasons, or there's less stretch, whatever. And so I'm also nervous about them improving the rating, say by 10 centimeters. 1 centimeter improved, fantastic. That's wonderful. And if you are using a digital marker, you will have that marker very, very accurately done by the computer. And so it's also important that whatever is cut and all of the offcuts are saved in order for me to make decisions around that. As I say, nothing is wasted. And what little byproducts could we do? So let's say there is this 10 centimeter spare where I could have done a waistband, and instead I could make scrunchies. And it really doesn't matter which way the scrunchies are cut. And so when they have finished manufacturing in the process and they are approaching my delivery date that I've asked for, when I go and collect, I want the cutting order, the delivery note, and the cutting marker, if there was a marker. I want that back. And why I'm saying, why would you bother to collect a marker? That marker, although it has no pattern instructions on it, it's just white butcher paper. That marker is essentially your pattern. And so I don't want my R&D costs and my intellectual capital floating around as a potential for somebody else to use that cut paper. So I want all of that back. And as I said, it's a legally binding document. So this is basically what a cutting order looks like. You've got your pattern number, you've got your order number, you've got your order date, your delivery date. We've got the signature of the person who received that. And then I've got your style. You've also got your technical drawing. And sometimes I want a front and back of that. And then you have got your breakdown of everything that you have delivered with your delivery note. And so is it the fabric, the lining, the fusing, the wadding, the contrast fabric, sew-on labels, wash care labels, size labels? Those labels are sometimes, the wash labels and the size labels are supplied by the CMT. And so then I would interrogate that CMT cost. Are they charging me for sew-in labels, wash care labels, and thread? Often a CMT will supply the thread. And so I want to know that that is part of the CMT cost that I have inculcated, and I don't have to absorb that in my costing schedule. I want to know if there's buttons, studs, zips, elastic, hanger tape, packaging. How is the CMT going to deliver your finished work? Is it hanging on a rail? Is it packed into a box? Do I want them to use plastic packaging? What kind of micron are they using? How thick is that plastic bag? Is that part of our branding and aligned to our branding? Is there embroidery? And remember, when we send stuff out for embroidery, there are often issues with bundles getting mixed. And so you might have color variances. And of course, that they would lose a panel. And then you've got to make a recut, send it back out to the embroidery or the printing or back. As I said to you, it will have the fabric swatches that you have provided. Here are your normal, I've given 5 spaces here for your 4 colorways plus your fashion color. And then it's broken down into, am I using small, medium, large, extra large, or am I using inches, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44? I want to see the total units ordered, the total units cut, and the total units rejected. Mm. And so I can match up my size totals when I come to the end of it. I always put on any form that I send through to a CMT, general comments. I open the space of communication that I may have gone through all of the production to get this pattern ready for production. And a machinist on the line will then still pick up mistakes that need to be improved on. And so we want machinists to be able to communicate with us, cutters to be able to communicate with us, QC departments, quality control departments to speak back to us. And so I have given always a space. Tell me what you would like us to improve on and change.
Okay.
So let's talk about, yes.
What challenges, what things typically go wrong in the CMT factory? What are the most common?
That the sample hand is really good at sewing things together, and she may make things fit, but in a line, your sewing nips on a pattern are the way that you communicate again eloquently without you being in the factory. And so good machinists will check that their nips match exactly when they're sewing seams together. And so a good line will pick up whether your notches are good or not. And they can then phone or write a message saying, nips are not great. Another thing that can happen is we've sampled often in black because you can always sell them. And black fabric, you know this because of the dyeing process, is always slightly different handle than other colors. And so a sample will go together nicely on the black because maybe it's a bit stiffer, especially on viscose knits. But when we get to the lighter colors, it's like chewing gum and it stretches out. And suddenly our sample looks different, our production looks different than our sample because we sampled in black and now we've got the garment hanging in white and it's just totally dropped out and the seams are not looking good. Yeah, nothing else comes to mind, but stuff happens. Stuff happens that sampling is ideal and production will throw up anything that we haven't checked on in. And so sometimes we do run a production run before we run the full amount of what's ordered, just so that we can iron out those last few things.
Okay, that's very useful information. Thank you.
So Mel, the next thing is deciding what to call your garment in terms of a size. And we get the feedback that different manufacturers, different boutiques, different retail environments have different sizes. And why can't we get sizing unified? And that really depends on who your target market is. And so in a classic fitting model, you will have your 87 centimeter bust, your 68 centimeter or 66 centimeter waist, and your 98 centimeter hip. Those are ideal. We do not live in an ideal world. And so boutiques, manufacturers will target their market knowing that they have, say, a more mature woman. And so her waist is never going to be 66 centimeters. And so we're working more between a 68 to a 71 centimeter waist. Let's say that we're working with classically South African figures. We are looking at more of a curvy figure and more of a hip shape. And so you will be sitting nowhere close to a 98 centimeter hip. You can go up to anything to 103 centimeters. And so when I give these in-between measurements, it's to give an idea of somewhere in that range. And the difference between one size to the next size is only 5 centimeters. So here is a very good opportunity, firstly, to decide, are you going to use empirical measurements like 34 centimeters, 34? 34 comes from the half waist measurement. And so that's where a 34 originates from. It's the half waist measurement is 34 inches. And so 10, it doesn't matter what it means. It just, for me, is a suggestion that we move into, especially if we're going to be selling online, calling it a medium. Because most fabrics that we're working on have some stretch in it. Even the wovens have now got a little bit of elastin into it. Anything between 8 to 14 centimeters, anything between 8 to 14% stretch in that woven. And so I recommend that you don't stick to an empirical measurement like 34, 36, 38, but actually go into small, medium, large, extra large. And then if you are working in stretch, know that that 8 to 14% stretch will give you the 5 centimeters of a size difference. And so what you're losing on the swings, you're making up on the roundabout, in that you're working with averages. And now you know that you are catching 5 centimeters to the small and 5 centimeters to the large. And so if they order an in-between size, they should be able to fit in within a 10 centimeter range either side. That makes sense?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the small, medium, large helps you, excuse me, essentially to manage customer expectation.
Absolutely. And you can give measurements on your website, and I can tell you, I know a tape measure is a very simple thing. You think it's not a hard tool to use. I go as far as buying tape measures with the indications of the millimeters on both sides of the tape, because believe it or not, this is very difficult for a left-handed person to work with, and I'm left-handed. And so right-handed tape measures are difficult for left-handed people. So you can actually buy a left-handed tape measure. Wow. And so it seems so ridiculous that people don't know how to work a tape measure, but it's actually very difficult to get accurate body measurements. And so I would recommend that clients are not measuring themselves.
I also think, I mean, my own body ebbs and flows with the time of the month, the time of the year. So it might be my body measurement today, but it's not necessarily my body measurement tomorrow.
No, and that's why more and more we are working with stretch in wovens and knits. We've got comfortable. We no longer wear corsets, and we're not used to wearing constrictive woven clothing. So the other thing, the last thing, and I will speak to this in later sessions around grading, but knowing that there should be a 5 centimeter difference between each size, there's also a place to know that you can do a 2-size jump in your grading.
Okay.
And so know that you can get so far with the stretch allowance, and then you do not have to do a 5 centimeter grade. You could do a 10 centimeter grade and make up the rest in your stretch.
Okay.
And I do not recommend doing 6 sizes in a cut if you're a small companies just starting out. Do four sizes and get clever with the grading, so that what you lose on the swings you will make up on the roundabout, and you will be able to accommodate most sizes within that 4-size jump.
So what kind of size of collection do you recommend for a small designer starting out?
Great question. And back in the day, we used to design stories. And what that means is when you have manufactured your range, I beg my pardon, when you have manufactured the range and it's hanging in a retail environment, or you are displaying it online, or somebody comes into your boutique or your small home showroom, that it looks like a story. And so you can pick up the pants and the top and go, oh, look, that looks together. And if I just added that jacket, I have a complete capsule that I can wear. Mm. And so I recommend that as you start out on a collection, the collection is not bigger than 15 units.
Okay.
And remember that as you are funding this process, it is not a cheap endeavor. You will be financially funding this process for at least 6 months. And how I get to that is it will take at least a week to design, a week for the pattern maker to make it, 2 weeks for the CMT to sample it, another week for the pattern maker to do any corrections of it, another week to resample, another week to do any further corrections, and we normally do at least 3 iterations to get a pattern right. It is very, very seldom from an original drawing to a complete pattern that's ready for production not to do 3 samples. You then done the 3 samples, you're now ready to grade that pattern, so that's a further week to grade that pattern. You would then do a sample of the graded range so that you can start selling off that fitting range. If you miss that step, that's also fine, and you go straight into production. Production could then take 6 weeks because you've got to book a space on the line. And then, only then are you starting to sell. In that time, you have paid cash for the pattern, for the fabric, for the trims, for the CMT. It takes a very long time before you see a return on your investment. And so we talk about breaking down your range into capsules, into a story, and that all 15 garments relate to each other. And so somebody who is tall can then layer that outfit. And it would also make sense for somebody who is portly short to layer that garment. It would look fantastic on both a tall person and a short person. And so it's important to design knowing all of the permutations of those 15 garments within a story. Even that, 15 garments is quite a big range. And within each garment, in order to cover your R&D costs and recoup some of your outlay, you have to cut at least 25 garments per style. Okay. And this is what this is talking about. It may be a different size curve where we know that we've got less smalls, more mediums, more larges. But it may look differently and say you have very few smalls, very few mediums, but more larges and extra larges. The average size in South Africa of women is she's 5'3" and she is a size 44. We are the 3rd most obese country in the world. So your size curve you will know from your target market. And so, as I always say, cut in your 4 basic colors that you know. Don't ever be embarrassed about recutting every year. You know what your best sellers are, and in that range of 15, you can have your stalwarts like that elliptic shape hem top and your yoga pants. It really is okay that your clients know and love, and next season will phone you saying, please send me. The same thing that she's bought every year for the last 4 years.
Would you recommend that designers actually niche, You know, if they know they've got, for example, very tall girls who like to buy their designs, to then niche around that?
Mel, yes and no. And I'm saying no because the world is in such an uncertain place. And so I think you know what your market is, and I would rather go into a niche where I know I produce a fantastic pair of pants, because I can lengthen those pants and I can shorten those pants. And you're never going to go wrong with a standard black pair of pants. There's not one person that I think is listening to this that doesn't have a pair of black pants that they love.
Yes.
And so you can niche yourself by, say, having a very standard work pair of pants without a hem. And so the short girls can hem the pants themselves, and the longer girls can let down the hem cuff and just. I am not recommending cutting individual pants.
Okay.
You will never, ever recoup your time on the cutting table. We know that the active machines is where you make your money back.
Okay.
So this is an easy way to get to your units. Just cut over 5 colorways, your standard colors, and then you can do your fashion color for that season that will never repeat. And that's why I chose a green. Green is very difficult to sell in certain areas in the country. Okay. And that's where you will safely get to your minimum order of 25 units. We do know, though, in order to break even, you should be cutting at least 100 units.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, and that's the end of my story.
That is really useful information. Thank you so much, Colleen. I appreciate it so much.
Perfect.
Well, I thought perhaps I'd add just a little anecdote about when I made clothing in the 1990s. I knew nothing about any of the stuff you're talking about. And I used to just, I realize now that I was really in the Wild West. You know, I would just take fabric to the CMT company and hope they knew what to do with it. If I'd been armed with this information back then, I would possibly have been much more cautious. And I would have saved myself a whole lot of money. I lost a lot of money. I didn't, things that I was unrealistic about was how long things would take. Yes. I would kind of in October go out and buy rolls of fabric for dresses that I wanted to have in my flea market stand in December. And I think there also I was very unrealistic. I didn't realize how much CMT companies would back up during that period. You know, if something went wrong with something they were making for me, it would very often then carry over to January, February, March again of the following year. And then that stock that I was hoping to have in my stand in December, I would only see in March, April, when I would then be needing to work on winter already. You know, so those timelines and those costs and that planning were not in place, and I paid the financial price for that back then.
So thank you for reminding me. You can get your from origination to production down to like a 6-week cycle, and so you know, if you are working on ranges, you can get production every 6 weeks. But as a start, you are looking at a 6-month process. Okay. And so when you go to a pattern maker, you are not looking at this season, you are looking at the following season. Okay. The other thing is, along with a cutting order and a delivery note, I would always supply a cutting sample, and I will go through that on how to get to a cutting sample in our next interview. And that cutting sample is also a sewing sample. And so the machinist can then look at your sample and follow that sewing procedure. And why I do that is because a lot of machinists have their own techniques and habits. And so they might do an edge stitch on the cuff when I actually want a foot stitch. And that becomes my telltale that you pick up my shirt, you look at the cuff and go, oh, I know who that is. I know who that designer is. And it also becomes very important to have a stitching sample if you are splitting your CMT across 3 or 4 different factories. And so say you've got a massive production run, congratulations, the business is doing well. But in order to manage it, some CMTs are not set up for 1,000 units. And so I would divide up my 5 colorways across 5 different CMTs. And so they can each do a small run. I would then provide 5 samples to each separate CMT so that I know what sample A looks like and sample B looks like is the same as the production that comes out of factory A and factory B.
Okay, that's very useful information.
Now, colorways. And one thing you learn with black is do not split black rolls of fabric because you will get shading.
Yes. 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 I think the other piece of information that you shared earlier that is really worth maybe repeating here is that when you deliver your order to the factory, you must get somebody who's in a position of authority to sign off, and not just whoever is at the door available. Yeah, I think that's very important information as well. That could have saved me a whole lot of heartache in the 90s as well, because I used to, you know, whoever was at the door would just sign off for me.
Yes, yes, and you don't want to be a trouble, and you don't want to worry people, and you're trying to be polite. It doesn't work. Really doesn't work.
Yeah.
Mel, do we have enough time that I can just talk a little bit more about cabbage?
Okay.
Cabbage. And so cabbage is a slang term that we use in factories where cabbage is the extra that happens and is sold out the back door. And so if you don't get your rating accurate, the cutting room, if they are not honest, and not all cutting rooms are dishonest, most cutting rooms have got the most incredibly ethical people. But if it is not an honest cutting room, they will lay up on their improved rating. And let's say I've improved it 10 centimeters and my complete rating is only 100 centimeters. Over enough lays, I will get 1 free every time. And so it gets bundled, but when it comes to the delivery, I just section off everything that we've agreed to as a team to collude together, that these extras go out the back door. And that's what cabbage is called. We had a situation with one of the most famous designers where the piece of butcher paper that's laid at the bottom and the marker that's laid on the top, as we bundled the garments, the top layer of paper and the bottom layer became a pattern. Okay. Those were sent out into Soweto, and they were then created a little factory environment with a fantastic jacket that we knew would sell in every season. And so that corrupt cutter was using those markers to produce his own fabulous jacket in the most horrific fabric and the cheapest fabric imaginable. And we found out about it. Somebody was honest in the factory and let us know that that had been happening. And we were driven into the Soweto with a police escort to go and seize those garments out of their back production house. But you can imagine what it potentially could have done to the brand, because that jacket was so well known. And so, yes, cabbage can happen, and there are ways to encourage people to be honest by creating incredible working environments that are fair and equitable, that they don't feel that they need to make extra income because they're not earning enough.
Yes, yes. Thank you. That's awesome information. Once again, you've shared really awesome information that I'm sure is going to be very helpful to all the designers out there who are watching. Thank you, Colleen.
Perfect. Thanks, Mel. And thank you for allowing me to just be part of this wonderful process. Thank you.
Pleasure. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for another episode in the series with Master Pattern Maker Colleen Jack. I'm very, very thankful to Colleen for all her expertise that she shared with us throughout this series. And thank you to all of you who have been watching, who've sent in positive feedback. We appreciate it so very much when we hear from you because it helps us to know that we're on the right track and we're sharing information that's useful to you. So today, Colleen is going to share some wisdom with us about costing schedules. Over to you, Colleen.
Super. And so, Mel, thank you for extending this adventure. It really has unfolded so beautifully. And today is about taking a whole lot of knowledge that we have been siphoning off information from the costing schedule, from the cutting orders and from the first samples. And today what we're going to discuss is a costing schedule, and incredibly useful. And so I'm going to screen share as usual with a presentation just to guide us through today's process. And so why we use costing schedules. It's a tool that takes important information gleaned off the style breakdown sheet and the cutting order. So that's the time the machinist took to sew the first sample, the ratings that we've got and that the factory has matched, any ratings for fusing, contrast, wadding, anything else like haberdashery. So it's those little snag lists that we are likely to forget that actually do cost us. And so, you know, a size label might only cost 50 cents, but over production will eventually incur a cost that can become significant. So it's every conceivable item, including the packaging. So how does the CMT deliver it? Do they charge us for the packaging in the CMT costs, or must I go and buy my own packets or my own hangers or my own boxes? All of those things. It also amortizes the overlooked costs like the research and development of the garment pattern. And it would also recoup the costs for the pattern development and for the grading. And it's very hard to absorb the total costs of the R&D of a pattern and the grade in the first sale of those garments. So it may take a couple of years to amortize those costs every season in order to actually make the garment not too expensive. The schedule also informs us if the garment is feasible to go into production. So it's a difference between a creative expression and then actually saying, this was wonderful, it was creatively, deeply satisfying, but actually, this is never going to be saleable or scalable to go into production. So we would also use this costing schedule to understand how many units to break even. And as I said to you previously in part of these lectures is we normally, anything under 25 units, you will not break even. And a CMT is unlikely to want to take on a project of less than 25 units. And so normally we're looking at about 100 units in order to start producing a profit. And then the age-old question is, how much do you mark it up? And so that depends on your clientele and what the threshold is. But I'm going to take us through a very rigorous standard costing schedule that we use in factories. And regardless of whether or not I am then selling the garment myself or if I'm selling it onto a boutique. This is the costing schedule for the profit that I will make in my markup in the units that I have produced. And then a good saleable garment costing schedule can be referred to seasonally. And so your standard items that you'll sell year in and year out will have your costing schedule that you can go back to and update and put into production year in and year out. and you'll see, you know, where fabrics cost has spiked, or where you've, you know, improved on your production and your CMT has dropped the cost or something like that. Any questions so far on this?
So I do have one question, and that is, what about designers who are watching who feel that they have to every single year come out with a new range and a new collection? I know there's kind of this almost assumption in the industry that you're not an up-to-date designer unless you have this year's trends that have been on the catwalk in Milan, and those are reflected in what you're doing here, and that every season you have to have something fresh.
So you might want to be doing stuff fresh, but it will be based on your fit and your silhouette as a designer whose clientele know your fit.
Hmm.
And so it'll be permutations of your standard blocks. So you can refer back to a standard cost schedule on a similar style to know what your break-even point is before you even go into production. And so say the style is very voluminous, you will be able to quickly go through a previous jacket that had a lot of volume and do a similar rating on updated seasonal fabrics and be able to do a sort of thumbsuck costing schedule before you even develop the pattern to go, actually, you know what, my market, as much as they would like a voluminous jacket, will not be able to afford a voluminous jacket. And so maybe what we can do is play around with go days.
So these costing schedules actually will provide a little bit of pushback for designers to just get some realism into their minds about where the balance is between what they'd like to do and what is practical financially to do.
Absolutely. And so you're not going through that whole 6-week cycle of designing, creating the first pattern, sampling, resampling. You can really just go and do a very analytical, strategic costing before we even go into production. So your costing schedules are incredibly valuable. I will show you an A4 sheet on the PowerPoint, but obviously over the years, Excel spreadsheets have become more and more popular. And I would keep the A4 sheet for factory use and an Excel spreadsheet for aging it over seasons, so that I can just go back and look at my previous columns. So Excel is very, very handy. And yeah, I'm not the biggest Eddie Excel in the whole wide world, but I can work out a formula and a sum so that I can work out a good costing. So basically, this is what it would look like on an A4, is you've got your pattern number, your style number, and your date. And I leave enough space here to fill in pencil the aging of a costing schedule. So I can see when I first costed it, and then as I've used it season by season. There's always a little technical drawing to remind me what it looks like. And then the construction is, what is your fabric, what is your fusing, what is your lining, all of those fabric costs. What width that fabric comes on, the standard rating, your price per meter, and then of course your on the rating, what it will cost for the rating at that price per meter. Then you've got your description with your article number. So very handy if it does turn out to be a great seller, that you have noted who the supplier is and what the article number is of the haberdashery that we would be using. And of course, what size, what units I bought it in at, what price it was, and what price per the units that I've used. And so that is buttons, metal fasteners, transfers, crystals, applications, belts, buckles, toggles, zips, threads, sew-on label, swing label, size range. And this is really important to also find out if the CMT has costed the size label in for you, or will you be supplying the size label? What are the washing instructions? Is the CMT supplying the washing instructions, or am I? things like hanger loops or braid or elastic or printing or embroidery or pleating, and what is the reference for the pleating. This is honestly your snag list, every single thing you could ever think of that has gone into that garment. And then, of course, the packaging. Is there laundry film? Is there a hanger? And people are becoming more and more aware of not using plastic. And so how is that garment going to be delivered? And if you are going to be using plastic, you know, who will be sourcing the plastic, you or the CMT? Then, of course, you can amortize your pattern research and development costs, and, of course, your grading costs. And so if you've graded 5 sizes, how do you divide those 5 sizes over the production? And I have put in research and development because that also is that often the designer doesn't put any of their own time into developing the pattern. So, you know, how long did it take to brief the pattern maker, brief the CMT, drive around, fetch the garments, all of that. And then, of course, you've got your CMT cost. I do keep fabric swatches, so I can go back and say, you know, that Golden Glow cotton lycra was so fabulous. Let's go back to Golden Glow. Or, gosh, I got that wonderful piece, and where did I get it from? I can't remember anymore. So I do keep fabric swatches. As always, I leave a little space here for comments and things that I may have learned in the production of the first cutting order or from the first sample. And so we have a subtotal here. There is a golden rule that the cost of the fabric should be about 60% of the rest of the cost here, including the CMT. And so immediately, if you're seeing in your subtotal that your fabric cost is more than 60%, then immediately you know that you should not go into production using that fabric. So either find a cheaper fabric or, scrap it. You are not going to recoup. And then we have a plus 5%, which is for failing to think about something. So my favorite example is always, I worked in a jeans factory and we would forget the sidewinder. And the sidewinder is that little red tag that goes in on the side of the side seam. Costs money. Or you forget a rivet, or you forget a bar tack cost. Something silly that you would land up feeling in the long run. So we have a plus 5% for falling off the horse, and then you have a total cost. And then from this point, people often start saying, oh, but I would do 100% markup. No, you wouldn't. You are not the retailer. You at this point are still the wholesaler. And so normally in wholesale, we are only marking up at 40%. The fact that then you could sell it online, well, then you can put on your 100% once you've put up your 40% markup. So I am splitting us off here saying that you are the wholesaler here and not the retailer. You may hold dual roles, but the retailer will put on 100%, 300%, whatever they put on. But you have to have ensured that you have made a markup of at least 40% here before you go any further. And so, yes, if
and where does that 40% number come from? Is it just something that's traditional to the industry? How?
It's come across, and partly I developed this costing schedule in the 22 years of watching everyone else's costing schedules and what worked, what didn't work. But that is the standard generally in the industry.
Okay. So if you go lower than that markup, there is a danger that you'll end up running at a loss. In fact, if there's other things that you've not factored in. And if you go higher than that, then it becomes higher than the market can really sustain.
Yes, and so if you're holding a dual role and you can then drop your retail price, that's fantastic. But I am taking the line that if you do not sell anything and you get stuff, you get rid of your stock, you will still be able to have a 40% recoup.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. And so, yeah, this for me is the most, I think we left the most important schedule till last. This costing schedule will be the decider on whether or not you make money.
I can already see, I speak to so many people who are making clothing and things like that, and they really don't factor in the little things. They go, well, the fabric cost me this much, and those other bits and pieces I don't have to think about because it's such small amounts. But you know, when you itemize them and add it up, it adds up to quite a lot. And if they're not included, then it can really eat into that 40% markup and eat it completely away if you're not paying attention.
Completely. So let's use an example that this year we're going to do something special. As always, we have limited fabrics, and so I've decided to buy grayish goods, and I'm going to dye it up. And so I go ahead and I dye it up, and so instead of using transverse crystals and applications, I use dye here, and off we go. And I forget to add in that the thread has got to be grayish also. And suddenly then I've dyed a whole lot of stuff. I've sewn it up and the thread doesn't match. Or I want to use a specialized thread, and I'm so used to the CMT supplying the thread that I forget to add the thread in. Now, cotton thread or polycotton thread or good thread is now considerably a cost to production.
I remember in the 90s when I was producing tie-dyed garments, we specially sourced a thread that was called polycore. So it had polyester in the core, but it was wound around with cotton on the outside, so it would take the dye in a matching way. It was incredibly strong. It was lovely to use, but it cost a whole lot more than normal polyester thread, and it really affected my costing quite significantly.
Yeah, so I did a whole lot of patchwork sewing during lockdown and used a lot of my thread up, which is important. Cotton thread will perish over years, or even a polycotton thread will perish if it's not stored out of the light. And so I recently did a shop to just replace basic colors, 5 threads of each because I use a safety stitcher. And that was a 1,600 Rand bill. That's just cotton. That's no fabric involved. And do check cotton. If you are going to buy cotton, do check the cotton because you should have a little bit of give in a cotton thread. But if it snaps just by your fingers, a sewing machine is going to complain. So you will find that you are snapping threads while you're sewing because the cotton is of poor quality. And you can sometimes tell on the spool starts to bow, and that will tell you that cotton is rotting and not good. And often on the blacks, check the blacks, because it's gone through such a heavy dye process to get that rich black color that it does perish.
That's very useful information. Thank you, Colleen.
So Mel, it's not a very long talk today. It's really the rigor behind a costing schedule will prove the profitability of a small business. And that as you develop these costing schedules and cutting orders, the data that you can mine off those particular schedules are incredibly valuable. And you can do an analytical exercise before even going into production to know your points. And that is such a lovely, kind way for me to approach somebody's business, is decide what's scalable, what's saleable, what's profitable. And then do your creative outlets, but know that it's a creative outlet. It is not going to produce.
Mm. Mm.
Know it's for fun and know it's for business. And that's why I always say to people, you're not in the business of fashion.
Mm.
You're in the business of garment manufacturing.
Mm.
Fashion is a very different thing.
Mm.
And at the moment, I don't think that the market can support fashion.
Mm. I have to agree.
Yeah, sad. But then have your creative expressions. Do that on the weekend.
Yes. Yes.
It's a hobby.
Yes. Yes.
It's not a hobby. This is how we're feeding people.
Yes. Yes. And I think that's a very, very important kind of conversation that we all need to have with ourselves if we're going into the clothing game. Because I think there are a lot of people who are kind of in that unrealistic space of not owning. They want this to feed their kids. They want it to be profitable, but they don't realize that there are going to have to be certain compromises made if they want to do that. So I think this is a great way of bringing realism to the conversation.
Yeah, and as always for me, there's that underlying self-care. Is clothing manufacture is tough. It's got a lot of things that can go wrong, and when it goes wrong quick, and it goes wrong expensively. And so building this kind of scheduling into the back of the business is what's going to give you your emotional resilience. You can do a quick and easy pencil check on an A4 page that will tell you feasibility. And then you can say it's worth the emotional cost to go through the next 6 months worth of production to do this. And if you've done the test and it's not feasible, drop it. Drop it. Move on. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I was just thinking that. So for some people who aren't doing this costing schedule, it might feel like they now have to do all this extra paperwork. But it's only the first couple of times. And then after that, when you get onto repeat runs, then it's just about updating it in Excel. And it's making a great, easy checking system that can then save you so much other time moving forward. So I think it's very valuable.
This is not about squashing creativity. This is about creating a structure that will give you the freedom to go and experience things in 360 degrees of possibility. And so I know that when I do when I go into warehouses to check what fabrics have come in for this season to maybe do sampling, I can literally walk up and down the rolls at a pace with my fingers touching the rolls. And I take a mental inventory of what's available. And while I'm doing it, I'm looking at the price per meter. And I can quickly go back into my head because I remember my average ratings. And so I know that my 60-40 ratio this is my price per meter that I'm looking at. And so it is about going, this is my bog standard stuff. This will be my delicious, and the delicious will be maybe a little bit more expensive, but if I amortize the cost over my standard colors, then the more expensive one will be carried by my standard colors. So yes, there is discipline to the creativity, but I'm not squashing the creativity. It is much better to know where my hobby is and play that out at the weekend, and then run my clothing business that has got nothing to do with fashion.
That's great advice. To actually be very clear in your mind what you're doing, so that you can go, okay, this is what I'm working on. That's profitable. This is what I'm doing for love, and also helps to allocate time.
Yes.
In a way that's sustainable.
Lovely. Thank you for doing it so nicely. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for this incredible information.
Always a pleasure, absolutely. And yeah, we coming to the end of the series. Next week we will do grading, and the following week another Q&A.
I'm looking forward to it. So for anybody who's watching, if you would like to spend some time with Colleen Jack, she does run master classes, and I can tell you that they really, really are worthwhile to sign up. If you think that you've gotten a lot of information out of her from this series of videos, spending one-on-one time with her is absolute pure gold. You can contact her at colleen@patternworks.co.za. That's COLLEEN at PATTERWORKS.co.za. I really recommend that you sign up and do one of her masterclass courses. They're absolutely one of the most valuable things you can do for yourself. It's a real investment in your own future. So thank you, Colleen.
Mel, I have heard some feedback that these sessions that are half an hour are very dense.
Yes.
That is true. They are dense. I take it that we're whole and resourceful, and that people can watch and rewatch and slow down and do whatever they need to. And so in the master classes, they are also quite dense, but we do have a lot more time to explore so that people's understanding is we can really get to somebody's understanding and see the light go on. It's different one-on-one where we have got more time to actually ensure that the learning falls into place a lot quicker.
Thank you so much for that, and I look forward to chatting with you again next week.
Perfect, wonderful, thank you. Okay.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for today's Q&A session. Hello, Diana. It's lovely to see you again.
Hi there. I'm trying to get you up on my screen here.
So, Colleen, we have some international
Wonderful
people joining us today. Diana, tell us where you're from, because Colleen's not met you before.
Chandler, Arizona.
Okay, that's awesome.
On the west coast of the United States.
So we've had really great feedback to your videos, Colleen. It's been really awesome. A few people have watched and given really awesome feedback. So thank you so much for doing this with us. Hello, and I can only see you as Galaxy A30s. Hi, hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Still no audio. Okay, she says hello. Hello. Okay, so to save time, because we do only have half an hour and I'd like to cram as much value in as I can, I think I'm going to start with a question that somebody actually sent me in. A lady said she couldn't make it to the Q&A session. So she sent in this question. Caroline Buerta asks, I would love to know more about costing. My CMT charges me to CMT, but I still need to pay for the pattern and fabric buttons and zips. I battle sometimes to work out a price that is still affordable to my wholesale clients and still has profit in for me. But lately I feel like I don't make enough for all my effort. Again, the thing that she said, how do you create your own value in the system and value yourself highly enough while still paying for all the costs and then still selling garments at a price that's affordable? Hello, Siska.
Mel, won't you unmute Galaxy A30s?
I'm trying.
Yeah, I sent a message.
There we go, got it.
Can you hear?
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mel, I can give you a short answer, but we are going to do the costing schedule next week.
Okay.
And that will be the long answer, because there is a schedule that will do things like all of the haberdashery, the R&D costs, the research and development costs for a pattern, and how to amortize that into a total wholesale cost. But to quickly answer that question, we normally work on a ratio of the fabric is 60% of the cost of the total manufacturing of the garment.
Okay.
And so your CMT will be part of the 40% that's left, and that will include your haberdashery, your pattern development, your grading, and all of that. How do you amortize a pattern in cost? This is where, when we have developed the block and the silhouette, and those are known as part of our fit, we can then start to recoup some of the R&D costs of a pattern, because it's very difficult in one CMT run to recoup your pattern making costs.
Okay. So you really recommend that clothing manufacturers run a style more than once?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or that they can run a permutation of that style because they know the fit is fantastic. And so it would be, I mean, the top that I'm wearing today, because I tend to carry weight on my tummy, is an elliptical shape. So it flatters my flat bottom, but hides my big tummy. And I wear it as a vest, as a long sleeve, as a flare sleeve. And so I have at least 3 permutations of the fit, because the fit is what actually will get me through every year of recutting that garment winter or summer season.
Okay, that's very
And so once we get to the wholesale price, we normally add on 5% for, you know, falling off the horse, forgetting about a stupid little sidewinder that should have been set in the side seam that we didn't cost, or that what was quoted in sample fabrics, we landed up having to pay more at customs, and so I've now got a knock-on cost. And so that 5% should be the forgiveness for unexpected things. And then we normally only mark up 40% at a wholesale price. And then if you are selling online, you can put on your own markup or into boutiques. But you are only normally making about 40% on a production run.
Okay. Okay. So then really, if you need to make more money off it, you need to sell volume.
Sell volume or amortize certain costs over 3 or 4 seasons or 3 or 4 years.
Okay. Okay. I remember I've spoken to a couple of designers who say to me that they've got a particular garment that they just make year after year after year after year after year, because it's like bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, my pull-on pants with a kidney elastic does very well for mature women because the elastic holds our tummies in. And they know my leg length is good. They know my thigh width is good. My leggings, I can cut year in, year out, 3/4 or full length, hot pants. Doesn't matter, but the fit of the crutch is fantastic.
I've got a couple of those and I'm still wearing them.
Yeah. And so people will know your basics. And that was another question from this lady, Karen. She is cutting ranges year in and year out with bog standards and using up to 5 colorways. I normally go to about 4, so your 3 standards plus a fashion color, and that gets you enough cutting to make a 25 minimum that we've discussed before in cutting orders.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. So, okay, thank you, Colleen. Now that we've got everybody in the room, can we just have some introductions? Diana has introduced herself. Galaxy A30S, can you please introduce yourself to us?
I'm not sure if that is me.
Yes, that's you.
Is that me? Wonderful. My name is Alma. I'm in Stellenbosch, and I'm just going to start out my own range at the moment. I spent a year at Lysop a few years ago. So I have the basic background of what's happening, but exactly like Colleen is saying, there's so much attention on the illustration and all these sort of things that when you actually get involved in it on a practical basis, you actually see all the loopholes. So yes, I've tried my hand at a few things and it's gone very well. Being in Stellenbosch, the Huis dance and all these sort of dresses has been very popular. Although my cost, I mean, the way Colleen explained costing was totally irrelevant. I just took a thumbs up and I made a bit of money and that was it. Now, obviously, wanting to go bigger, one has questions. Thank you so much. I mean, what you're saying is so insightful. One of my questions would be specifically relating to the costing formula that you've discussed with us.
Yes.
And my question is, one doesn't want to sit with, you know, a CMT that's produced a lot of sizes and perhaps a style or two that sticks. So what is your recommendation with regards to entering the market? I have an idea of exactly what you said now with a few basic standard colors and then bringing in your fashion colors, not having 2200 styles, but a basic style that works. But how do I avoid sitting with a lot of stock?
That's an easy one. Thanks.
and can we introduce Siska also and then answer all the questions together? Okay, because I feel that Siska's been left out up to now. So Siska, if you can just introduce yourself to us.
No, I don't feel left out at all. Thank you for doing this. I'm in the UK and yeah, I need to find a way to earn some money. So I can sew and I've been doing this for a while. So, and I'm quite tall. So my main shop to buy tall people's stuff has been Long Tall Sally, and they are closing down due to the current situation. So I was thinking maybe, you know, there's a niche market to get into. And then this popped up and I thought, oh, this will be useful for me to find out, is it worth my while going down that rabbit hole? Because clothes in the UK is incredibly cheap or incredibly expensive. So there's no way I will ever be able to compete on, you know, on the cheap side. And then it's worthwhile, you know, what you guys say about how you cost and how you work your whole production line out. So yeah, thank you for doing that. And, you know, also, I was thinking, you know, maybe I can use, well, this is part of the, you said we do introductions. That was an introduction. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just Diana, what do you manufacture?
I don't, I tend to do products rather than clothing. I've just started moving into clothing right now. And typically I'm working with charities and developing products that the charities can use. I have a friend who's a volunteer coordinator for a hospice. We've done several products for her. And I just enjoy the process. I enjoy the design process, especially making the prototypes. I appreciate and I like to understand how clothing works. I have trouble when I try to make 100 of anything, but for the charities, when I know the destination, when I know who it's going for, I can crank out sewing. I can sew like a bench. So I'm kind of just playing on the edges.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So Elna, let's go back to your question. Just rephrase it for me or remind me of it.
Certainly. If I go to what you discussed on the costing formula, I do understand that price per item is going to be lower if production is higher, purely because the CMT is going to be able to make up what they need to make up. But I don't want to sit with a lot of stock.
Yes. Okay.
How do I handle stock control and still pay a good price?
So the first thing for me is on your standards, on the things that you know will sell year in, sell year out. it's okay to sit with a bit of stock for the next season, because you know that they are bog standards and you're going to sell them next season. And then how do you manage your pre-selling? And
Well, I'm going to do online. I'm going to do online e-commerce.
okay. And so I go back to my golden rule: is anything under 25 units and you are not going to recoup your R&D costs. Anything to 100, over 100, you start to make profit. And so you are sitting between 25 and 100 units.
Okay.
And then know what your risk is. And so then it goes back to that your stories are a lot smaller.
Okay.
And so conservatively, I would only be offering 5 items in a story.
Okay.
So
thank you very much.
2 bottoms. And so, you know, if you do the leggings and what you lose on the swings, you're going to make up on the roundabout. Your leggings and your pull-on pants, then your cami sort of top, and then your over top and jacket. And there you've got a story of 5.
Okay. Okay, I get that.
Maybe your bottoms would be a pants and a skirt. So for the girls who won't wear pants, you've got a skirt option. And so it's conservative until you see how the market responds to the label.
How do I do sizing to ensure that I don't oversize when I go into this sort of minimum items? Because people are obviously going to order and I will have to deliver within a certain period of time.
Sure. So it is obviously easier if we're working in knit or stretch.
Sure.
Or a woven with a 8 to 14% elastin, so that between your size grades, and we will do grading in 2 weeks' time on the 13th of August, you've got your 5 centimeter grade plus 8 to 14% elastin. And so I do not recommend doing more than 4 sizes if you're starting out. And so you can do your S, M, L, XL, or depending on your people, your extra small to a large, or your large to 3XL. Who are your target market?
Okay.
And yeah, once you can see the market, you'll be able to also look at your size curve. And so
Okay,
are we doing 2 smalls, 2 mediums, 1 large, 1 extra large, or are we doing 1 small, 1 medium, 2 large, 2 extra large? What is your size curve?
Dependent on the target market. I understand that. Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you. Can I ask you another question?
Let's
please?
Come back, give everyone a turn, and then we'll cycle.
Okay. Thank you, Colleen.
Siska Mel, any questions that are sitting?
Yes, please. Is it better to, because I'm thinking, say leggings, you mentioned leggings before. Is it better to make just leggings in different fits? So say I concentrate on tall women, and then I concentrate on fitting them with either a small bottom or a big bottom or saddlebags, or, you know, is it better to concentrate on the fit than to complete the outfit?
On a beginning range like this, there is a danger in niching too much.
Okay.
And so if you are working in knit, again, there is so much forgiveness in a knit garment, in that if I've got saddlebags, I'll take up some of the stretch. And so if I've got a skinny waist, then I'm not really utilizing the elastic in the waistband. It's actually just sitting unstretched on my waist. But if I'm an apple shape, then I will utilize all of the elastic comfortably. So I'm leery of going towards fit. And for my length, if you are going to go for the tall girls, then know that you maybe deliver the leggings unhemmed. So the nice thing about most knits will not fray. And, you know, nowadays with modern finishing, you can get away without hemming. And so the shorter girls could then take up 2 centimeters and not have the extra length, but the longer girls would benefit from the 2 centimeters. And so, Siska, I'm very leery of being too specific in a niche.
Okay. Okay, that's very. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's
Thanks.
actually interesting advice, Colleen, because a lot of particularly marketing talks that I listen to online, they say that it's vital to find your niche and work into that. So it's very interesting to hear that you're giving different advice and saying first test the market before you commit to that niche.
Yeah, and I have worked with people who are very niche, and so to honor a friend in the clothing industry who is no longer with us, Nikki Rendell, you may have remembered her. She was such a pioneering spirit, and Nikki had a very specific niche in that she understood portly short Jewish women, and her boutique was in a famously Jewish suburb in Johannesburg. And her garments were fabulous because she understood from a Jewish religious sensitivity that most Jewish women do have to cover their shoulders, and being more on the short and portly side, or let's use Haley Joy's word, size inclusive, she understood layering. But I know from my target market is again, a taller woman and more athletic. And so if ever I did a sale with Nikki Rendell's stuff, is I did brilliantly, because what works on short women in layering works very well for tall women.
Yes.
And so I could literally go into Nexus store and go, this, and this, and know exactly how that wardrobe would fit together for my 5'11" person. Because the layering is all about proportion. And when you get the proportions right, what works on a short person will also work on a tall person in a different combination. So I hope that's useful. And sorry, Mel, I just wanted to catch, there's something else that I really wanted to talk about, but I've forgotten it. So go ahead, Mel.
Sorry. So are you suggesting that maybe if a designer wants to just kind of keep that story small, but they'd like to add some other garments, that perhaps they then collaborate with another designer who's already producing something?
Yes. And so because I'm quite bespoke and I don't manufacture per se, that was never my focus in the clothing industry, but I do love supporting other designers. And so this was some of the questions that were emailed to me around how do you launch a new range? Well, you don't have to launch your own range. You can support another person in their business and do a collaborative sale or return with designers and have, host your own parties. And so I would, at the end of a masterclass series, host a home selling party and invite a couple of the designers that I adore their styling. And so because of good relationships, I could go into a Nikki Rendell store and literally walk out with 100,000 rands worth of stock because she trusted me, and then go to Sanderson, and then go to Clive Rundle, and then go to Marianne Fassler, and have 4 totally different handwritings, and allow a couple of other young designers who just finished the masterclasses to bring their own stock. And then we would do collective marketing lists. And so, my mail shot would go out, all of the students' mail shots would go out, and we would do a selling party on a Saturday. And the designers would offer me a small commission. What a pleasure. That would cover my time for fetching and delivering the garments back. And we could easily clear 50 G's worth of stock in a morning. And so if you are wanting to do an active wear range, and so this is for Vanessa, you don't have to develop your own range. Contact somebody like Megs Hendry and Jane Canny, who have developed the Onasa range, and say, I would like to sell your products at a party on a sale and return basis. If you need to give them a deposit, that's also reasonable. And see who buys it and understand from there, what is the market doing and how does my market of my list of people that would support me in my business respond to activewear. And then you've got fantastic information before you even have to go and buy fabric and manufacture your own stock.
That's actually a great strategy for doing some research and development before you commit a chunk of money to
other people's businesses.
Yes.
It's a win. Everyone wins on that one.
Yes.
And it's all about relationship. And so you don't, and this goes back to Alna's question, then you don't have to manufacture 100 garments and sit with stock. There's no risk. It's a sale or return. And so if that boutique wasn't open on a Saturday, or say we hosted a party on a Sunday, when people have got access to childcare because there's grannies or partners around who can look after the kids, those women can come in and shop and you're out. And the boutique was closed anyway on a Sunday. They've got nothing to lose. And then you are true to your word and you get those garments back by 8:30 in the morning before the shop opens at 9. Perfect. Okay, Da, are there any questions from you?
I had a question about patterns, but the thought that was flitting through my mind as you were talking about coordinating with other designers was accessories.
Yes.
I've been playing with flowers, with flower shapes, and with making flowers. And I've been trying to figure out where they would go. What's the destination for this thing? Because I have a general policy that says I don't make things unless I know where the audience is, what the group is going for. And I typically am looking for feedback from the group about how the products work in the groups. And so a friend and I have been playing with flowers. And so as you were talking, I was thinking about there's a group of emerging designers here. And one of the things I do notice with the runway shows I do go to is that because they're starting, they have no accessories. They're dependent upon the models wearing their shoes. But if I were to parallel, because I know generally their design aesthetic, I know generally what kinds of fashions they do. It might be a destination for my flower creations.
Absolutely. So Caroline Buerter from Belladonna for You, I think I've got the label right, sent me her lookbook for the year. And in it, she has included the most extraordinary, beautiful handmade shoes. And so there is for me a lot about collaboration. And you know, because of you, I am. That wonderful African philosophy of Ubuntu, that if I have a generosity of spirit and showcase other people's work, we're only going to be stronger because of that. And then it's not about, oh, they didn't like my stuff. It's about, I'm still going to earn a 15% commission on selling those shoes, those flowers, that handmade jewelry. So yeah, and a good way to test where the flowers go. What market is going to respond to those flowers?
Well, and it's such a specialized thing. It's such a unique and specialized thing, and I delight in figuring out the shapes and figuring out how they go together, and then and seeing the result. And if I can use, I've been playing with scraps mostly. So I have several designers who have lines and things like that. And so I'm realizing now that I should go back and speak to my friend up in Oregon who works in tinsel. She's actually given me scraps. So if I were to make some things for her and send them to her and see if she can use them in some of the stuff that she does, because she markets online and she used to do, I don't know what you call them there, they're craft shows, I guess, just farmers markets. another term we use. That may be another location, especially if tinsel is a dyeable thing, and so the color is always of particular interest. And she has a very, very conservative color scheme in her line. I know, I love the colors that she sends me, but I could probably do some things that help highlight her particular set of clothing. And if all she does is use them in her photographs, then
Fantastic.
it's good. It's only goodness, isn't it? Part of my problem is I'm not in it for profit.
Sure.
I'm in it because I love to do it. I like what I do. I'm happy in doing what I do. I'm happy in understanding how other people work, because I'm not after putting a wrench in anybody's machinery. I'm after helping. So several times designers will send me something and say, "Can you sew these labels on for me?" I'm in a crunch. I have a delivery, and I'll go in and I'll just, okay, what is it you need done? I'm happy to help. So you're right. We do what we can, in terms of cooperating and collaborating.
Perfect. I'm going to go back to Elna. What was your second question?
Okay, my second question had to do, thank you, Colleen, had to do with knits and woven, but I think what you said is you're going to touch on it on the 13th of August, because what I found is you don't just get knits and woven, you get your two-way knits and you get your four-way knits and you get the different percentages of stretch. And that's a little bit of a tricky one for me, because I sit and I make my own samples and fit it to myself, and I want to see if it works. I'm quite short. I really enjoyed what you said about layering. And obviously, the more information one gets, the better. But my question had to do with the different knits. And my other question had to do with your master classes. Maybe you're going to touch on these sort of things in your master classes. I'm not sure. What's the cost of that? Is it available online? So it's a lot of questions all in one. Sorry.
So the master classes are not yet available online, because so much of what I do is a practical demonstration where you are looking and watching me do what I do. They are specifically designed for people who have passed through colleges and do not yet have all of the necessary equipment in their toolbox of knowledge, and for people who have been successful in business and are looking at another entrepreneurial expression. There are 7 classes, and they're specifically designed to cover most of what you would need. They are 3 hours, they are intensive, and so yeah, I can post stuff about the breakdown of those master classes. And sorry, I'm so forgetful at the moment. Just remind me your questions.
Okay, my other question had to do with the wovens and knits and the different stretches on knits that you get. How do I determine the different stretches and what will work for what?
So when I make woven patterns, you tend to have less elastin, if there's even elastin in a woven pattern. And so I create the pattern not taking any of the elastin into account. The elastin is purely then for lateral movement and ease of fit. With my knit patterns, I am usually working on cotton lycra, viscose knit, pretty similar stretches. And there I have my tried and tested block, and then it's just a permutation onto the block. But the fit in terms of crutch, armhole, shoulder pitch, and sleeve pitch, those are all inculcated into the knit block. Then my next thing is that because I cannot accommodate every knit in every season that's going to come through, is that my fit is then more general and forgiving.
Okay, sure.
And part of that is I do like working with a size inclusive model. Big girls do not get good fits, especially not good graded patterns. And so I understand a bigger woman, but also my market is not skinny bootylicious.
Okay, sure.
So I think, for me, it's always around, I am working on a block and a silhouette and a fit that is forgiving for most women.
Okay, 100, because of the South African women's fit. Just a question, whilst you're busy with this, that's come up, where do you go first? Do you choose your fabric first, or you make your best pattern first?
And normally we would go fabric first. And I would, as a pattern maker, expect the designer to give me a fabric swatch. So I know what I'm working with in terms of tolerance. But
Sure.
most pattern makers work without even a fabric swatch.
That's difficult. Yeah, that's difficult because you don't know what the stretch is going to be.
No.
And if
so
you're going to find the colors and so that you're looking for.
My fit is excellent. And so it will work with most fabrics that are used to cut in, whether it's woven or knit. Focus on the fit. The fit is what's going to get your customer back every single year.
Okay,
So
Thank you so
we've
much.
got about 5 minutes left.
yeah, 5 minutes left, ladies. 5 minutes left. And if I may, because I feel that Colleen is really, really great at giving 150% if she possibly can, and then she doesn't get around to her own self-promotion.
Oh,
So
that's fine. Have you got questions left from viewers that have sent you direct messages on Facebook?
well, I think that what we can do is Colleen has very kindly offered to add 2 more episodes to the series. When we first planned it, this was supposed to be the last one. And she has very, very kindly offered to add 2 more episodes to the series that we will be recording over the next 2 weeks. And then perhaps what we could do is at the end of that, we can consolidate with another Q&A session if you would be open to that. Because then we'll have the entire series of videos included, and then we can come back and do another Q&A. And then
you in my mind.
Okay, awesome. We're in the same place. Okay, and then I would also just like to say I have personally attended 1 or 2 of Colleen's masterclasses, and they absolutely blew my mind. I know it might be costly and difficult for you to travel to get to Colleen for these masterclasses, but they are totally worth it. There's just stuff that she gets into that I wouldn't even know how to translate onto video, because when you see what she does, and also she works with you, she gives you the specific answers that you need in those master classes. They really are worth every cent you pay for them. And if you are wanting to sign up for Colleen's masterclasses, anybody who's watching, you can contact her at colleen@patternworks.co.za, and I'm going to spell that COLLEEN at PATTERNWORKS.co.za. So we've got 3 minutes left, ladies. Shall we do just a round of goodbyes, starting with Siska, maybe?
Well, thank you so much for this, and it was fantastic hearing the South African accents, and I'm looking forward to more of this. And yeah, I am now spinning. My head is spinning. This is great. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
So keep watching, Siska, because we've got costing schedules next week, and then on the 13th we'll do grading, and then the 20th we'll do Q&A. So yeah, keep watching, and I will keep you in mind when we do the grading on what to do with taller silhouettes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Anna?
Colleen, thank you so much. Melanie, thank you so much for starting this. Luckily, I was involved right from word go. It's amazing. It's very interesting. It's helping me a lot, and it's also putting me back because I want more information before I'm going to actually go into this whole thing. And I'd love to go to Joburg. So, Colleen, I'm going to send you a mail for information on those masterclasses, please.
Thank you for that feedback,
Thank you.
Elna. Diana?
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Melanie. It blows my mind. It really does to see, the amount of information that you have and your generosity has been most impressive for everybody in the group and for you two guys. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for joining us all the way from the USA. It's exciting.
In less than a minute, to honor Mel for being so extraordinarily generative, so incredible as an entrepreneur, and so phenomenal as a networker to pull us all together in a room. And so, Melly, as always, I consider myself very privileged that we sit under the same tree.
You know how much I love you.
Oh, so much.
Okay, so thank you, ladies, for joining us today. That was awesome. And I appreciate all of you for co-creating this piece of magic with me. Thank you for all adding your value and your questions. And Zoom is about to cut us off, so I'm going to end the meeting here. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for the Q&A session today, which is going to wrap up this wonderful series that we've done with Colleen Jack. So today we're just going to speak about some general things. So for those of you who are thinking about starting a collection of clothing, who are starting to look for CMT companies and that sort of thing, we're just going to have a general conversation around the planning and that kind of thing. So, Colleen, if somebody is starting out and they're planning a range of clothing, where do you feel they should begin with their planning?
Yeah, so you know I don't normally plug myself, but book a session with me.
Yes.
And in an hour we can get clarity on where's and the whys and the hows and how much. So firstly, the first thing that I see is people underestimating how much a range is going to cost.
Okay.
And so if you are looking at a proper story of about 15 items with enough units to cover the CMT's minimums in maybe 4 color ranges, you are looking at anything up to R250,000 to launch.
Mm.
And remember that you are paying cash for everything before you've even placed an order. So you do have to be able to bankroll yourself. I also see a lot of people, and sometimes on your Facebook, soft furnishings, soft clothing, sorry, what is your Facebook?
Clothing and soft
group?
furnishing.
Clothing and soft furnishing, that people are sending out asks for recommendations for CMTs that are like one-stop shops that will give them the pattern maker, the grader, and the layer up and cut, make, and trim. Those are rare. You are more likely to have to source your own pattern maker, source, if that pattern maker isn't a grader, then a grader, and then source a CMT. And so the first thing to do is find a good pattern maker who will look at the range, look at the fabric swatches, and advise you on the block origination, advise you on who your target market is and what size range that correlates to, and then you go and visit a CMT. It's always important that the CMT fits the range that you are producing. So if you're producing a woven range, make sure that that CMT specializes in wovens. If you are producing a stretch range, like an activewear range, make sure that they have got the correct machinery to produce stretch garments. Yeah.
And something else, so pattern makers and graders are not always the same person.
Not always.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And so you might find a pattern maker grader, but you would very rarely find a grader pattern maker.
Ah. Okay.
Graders will only grade.
Okay. Okay. So that's something that you should do your research on before you just launch in and make assumptions that the pattern maker will be able to do your grading also.
Yeah. Especially if you're doing kiddies wear. That is a very specialized grading process.
Okay.
And then, of course, you've got manual pattern makers and digital pattern makers. And there are pros and cons to both.
Which
So,
would
yeah,
you recommend people use, and why?
Look, manual is always great because you've then got the physical master pattern. And so you have got possession of your IP. With a digital pattern maker, the IP sits in that computer. And so I would recommend that with a digital pattern maker, you ensure that they are not going to share your patterns with anyone else. You've got no way of stopping them reprinting that pattern off for somebody else. So do put those kind of contractual boundaries in place. And so a manual pattern maker will be great until you're hitting volumes where CMTs will insist that you digitize the markers.
Okay.
And then you are going to have to move to a digital pattern maker.
Okay.
But with a digital pattern maker, you can ask them just to print off a master copy for your patterns and cut them out for you, and then just hang them somewhere safe that, should the relationship go sour or anything, you have a copy of your patterns or your most important patterns.
Now, if somebody doesn't have R250,000 saved up to do this, would you then say to them that they shouldn't proceed, that it would be unrealistic to proceed?
Mel, we are passionate about collaboration, and that's where I say go and find designers who are doing a similar range to yours and start by selling parties and having your own marketing list where you start to invite people over for a buying party using somebody else's ranges. And you'll earn a 15% commission off them, and you'll start to learn what sells and what doesn't. You don't necessarily have to do your own range. If you want to start slowly, then just, manufacture with a CMT who's prepared to do a run of 25. Anything less than 25, you are not recouping your research and development costs. And if you just start with one item and sell that online, why not? You can build it slow and steady. And, I know that between my leggings and my choice of fabric, which is a little bit funkalicious, I'd be able to sell enough on just a good pair of leggings and build slowly. There's lots of ways to build your businesses collaboratively. And so don't have an ego attachment that it's not your styling. Learn as much as you can by supporting other designers.
And would you recommend, so I think perhaps some people also put the cart before the horse, where you dream up a collection, now you want to make it and sell it, but maybe you haven't connected to the market who are going to buy it yet. Exactly. Would you maybe suggest that people reverse that process and start to build their networks of buyers first before they launch into a big collection?
And that's exactly why you do a home selling party. You see who's buying what. You learn what your target market is buying. And so that's where you would fill in the gaps so that those designers that you're supporting may not have the ranges that have your target market in mind. You will learn that by having those parties. And in doing so, slowly developing a marketing list. And I support more than one designer at a party. And as I said to you before, their target market might not be my target market. But if I put collections together and curate what I take from each of those designers, I can sell wardrobes using that designer's top, this designer's bottom, and that designer's jacket. And then I can specifically phone my clients saying, oh, so-and-so, I have got the most wonderful collection on Saturday. We're having a party. I've put some stuff aside for you. And do that one-on-one relationship stuff. And then you can do your bulk emails to everyone. And just on the parties, I do not provide eats. And one is because I don't want any oil marks on the garments, because my designers have trusted me with a sale or return. some designers will ask you for a deposit on the value of the garments you have taken. Most my designers trust me impeccably and they don't ask me for a deposit. So the ladies are not there to socialize, they're there to shop. And so I do not have champagne, I do not have eats. Sometimes I have considered providing a nanny because a lot of women are not able to leave their kids with caregivers or partners on a Saturday because people's lives are busy. And so I have considered having a good caregiver for the children on hand so that the moms can shop. And I also don't have it all day from 10 to 3. That's it. And one day and return all the garments by Monday so that those boutiques have got stock for Monday morning.
And a once monthly event?
Yeah, it depends on what you've got capacity for. I would normally have done it after my master classes. So it supports all the young designers on the master classes and then, of course, my existing designers. But it depends on what you've got capacity for. My family would lose their minds if I did this once a month.
Okay. And what do you say to people who are thinking of doing fashion shows?
In my opinion, they are an expensive endeavor and not necessarily going to give you the marketing impact that you would think. And so be very clear on why you're doing a fashion show. You would do a fashion show as a creative expression. That will cost you money. Fashion shows are not how you generate income.
Okay.
Home selling parties are how you generate income.
Okay. Because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding around that. I certainly know that I was of the belief that you needed to do a fashion show to put your name on the map and to get your garments into magazines and to be seen. So that's useful feedback.
Yeah, and I think that magazines in itself, any publications are changing. And they are losing readership to online viewing. And so, rather do a good fashion shoot on Instagram.
Yes.
And, more and more real people are putting up real photographs of themselves wearing their own clothes. You don't have to have a model the clothes for you. And I think we are looking at real women wearing real clothes.
And I'm pretty certain you could also get your customers who are happy with clothing they've bought from you to send you pictures of themselves wearing things they bought from you with permission to publish them.
Yeah, and so now I look at on your Facebook channel the upcycling community and how many women proudly put selfies of themselves wearing their upcycled creations, and they are amazing.
Yes.
And so I do think that there is a place where fashion is real and not photoshopped and, unobtainable women with perfect bodies. I love our upcycling community of women on Facebook who are showing themselves as their best selves in their imperfect bodies. Because really, most women that I know have got some little foible that they don't like about their bodies. And so when we make fashion ranges accessible to people, it's real. So whether it's Facebook that you're marketing on or Instagram, make it real. We don't have a ton of money to spend on a photo shoot, and go with good enough.
Do you think that fashion shows and models as we used to know them are, the place for them is disappearing?
I would hope that models are more reflective of healthy lifestyles and less as being of coat hangers. And so, I am averse to sort of reality TV and celebrity lifestyles because I think it is damaging. And so I'm looking at ways for us to find emotionally intelligent and literate role models for our girls and boys to model themselves against. And so, you know, rail thin models are not what I would like my daughter to aspire to. I would like our children to aspire to healthy living and, you know, healthy bodies rather than being a good clothes source.
That's beautiful insight. Now, if somebody is planning a collection and they're thinking of taking out a loan from the bank, how would you feel? How do you feel about that?
Sure. Mel, I am financially quite a conservative person, and I would be reticent to do anything incurring debt like a loan. And I'm especially conservative answering you in a COVID world at the moment. And so I get that I'm conservative. That's my nature. I'm risk averse. And so I would find other ways to do things on a budget. And so one of my favorite places in Cape Town is Kwalapis, to Victoria Road. And they are job lot fabrics. And so they are selling fabrics at extraordinarily reasonable prices that may have damage. And, you know, you can cut around those holes and those damages or even use the shading to your design effect. And so I would rather say, do things on a budget using fabrics that otherwise would have gone into a landfill. And, you know, I don't know what a bank loan interest rate would cost, but that for me makes me nervous.
Okay.
And so I would much rather delay a launch for a year. Because if your designs are good, you're going to sell.
Yes.
And so it may well be worth sitting on a savings account for a year before I would go into a loan. But somebody who's less risk averse may give you a different answer, Mel. But I can tell you that my last trip to Kwalapis in Cape Town, I bought 1,300 rands worth of fabric, and I was able to produce over 100 garments. And from the scraps, the offcuts, I was able to produce 20 jackets. And I mean, that's ridiculously cheap. You know, 120 garments out of 1,300 rand.
That's
a
almost
deal.
for free.
Less than 100 rand a garment, or it's about 100 rand a garment. Yeah, and you know, the haberdasheries are extraordinarily cheap, and you know, old lace trims, old narrow fabrics. You know, it's wonderful. The only limit you have is your imagination. And trust your fingers. Your fingers will. You may not know what the fabric is, but your fingers will tell you whether it's a natural or a polyester. And you know, trust your fingers to tell you the kind of handle that garment is going to give you, that fabric's going to give you on a garment.
I think that's amazing insight, because I do speak to a lot of people who feel that money is the barrier to entry, and that the solution to that is to get a grant, get a loan, borrow money. So I love that you're telling us that there are other ways of doing it, and to rather think of those other ways first before you put yourself at financial risk. Because if the clothing doesn't sell, then how are you going to pay the bank back?
Yeah, and you know, for me, it's always my family first. I would never compromise being able to feed my children in order to have creative expression. And money is not a barrier to entry. Imagination is a barrier to entry.
Yes.
And you know, I would much rather say that if you do bomb and you're unable to sell those garments, then gift them.
Okay.
And you know, I always say I don't always know who my garments belong to. And so I sit with some stock sometimes, and then somebody will pop in. I realize, oh, that's who belongs to that jacket.
Yes.
And then give it away. And that'll be far more worthwhile than you know, experiencing yourself as having not succeeded. Then you just go, oh, fascinating, that didn't sell, but these garments still belong to somebody.
That's great. Now, how do you feel about getting your clothing to celebrities who might wear it in a very visible way as a strategy to market your products?
Of course, and influencers, fantastic. And then I feel that there's also this awful celebrity culture of entitlement. And so I would much rather that there's actually reciprocity for energy exchanged more than just riding on somebody's celebrity status. So if somebody who's very well known or is an influencer finds your designs and likes them, fantastic. But I'm always leery of giving away things for free. So I would again go into collaboration. And so if I was using somebody's celebrity status or an influencer's status to do something, then I would want to build in some sort of corporate social investment in that. And that's so for every post that the influencer makes, I would like them to then also support a charity. I'm not sure, Mel. They do have their places and they're very good at what they do, but I would not want to ride on somebody's celebrity status alone. I would like it to have some sort of ethical kickback in some way. I don't even like the word kickback. I don't know what to call it. I would like it to, you know, one of my favorite places to support is Dignity Dreams. And so if I knew that in some way Dignity Dreams was getting support, or if we could build a campaign around random acts of kindness, where we then collected a whole bunch of pure cotton fabrics for the sanitary pads and a whole bunch of threads that are almost to the end of their lifespan that we could donate, or some fabulous offcuts to make little bags for the girls that when they get their little panties and the pads in a drawstring bag, that bag is fabulous. I would much rather want to create some sort of other influence than just my own brand. It's probably not the best answer.
No, I love it. It's honest. And for me, the big word there is reciprocity. I think if there's entitlement from either direction, then it's not on a good track. So either you're feel entitled that the celebrity should showcase your stuff, or the celebrity feels entitled to free stuff because of what they're doing, then it's an indication that there isn't that reciprocity happening. And those kinds of relationships are always very dangerous, I feel.
Yeah, and I'm leery of this reality kind of fixation around celebrity. I would much rather know that you're a good human being than a celebrity.
I agree. So what are the most common mistakes that you see new clothing manufacturers make?
Not getting the size right, not understanding the difference between a block and a silhouette, putting too many items in a range, and so keep it simple, stupid. Understand how your items relate in a story, and so this top will go well with these pants, but also that other bottom, or that bottom will go with that jacket and that top. So work out your core wardrobes and keep it very tight and small. And going through too many colorways and not understanding that regional areas have reactions to different colors. And so one of my favorite examples is people see colors differently. And so with an immature color perception, certain people cannot see chartreuse green.
Okay.
And so don't sell chartreuse green if you know that your customers don't have a mature palette. And so not too many colorways. Don't be afraid while you're building your range to just keep it in the standard colors. It's relevant. People wear standard colors. There are very few people who will go and wear kind of eccentric colors. You've got to have the personality to pull off those kind of eccentricities and those bold prints and things like that.
I know when I was dying for the fashion industry, when I first started selling at markets where most of my customers were kind of white middle class people, everybody wanted blue and purple. And I couldn't sell yellow because it made the skin look sallow. And then when I shifted to the fashion industry and I was manufacturing for people like Stone Cherry and Sun Goddess, who had a black market, that then suddenly yellow and mustard was all I was making because it looked so fabulous on their dark skins. Yes. So I think that we also need to be sensitive of our market when we select colors and smart about that. So Colleen, I see that we're coming near the end of our time. You have given us a great deal of information, a lot to think about, and I think you've given new clothing manufacturers certainly a lot to think about, both in terms of being cautious and in terms of what else can we do, what other ideas can we explore. So thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us again today. I appreciate it very much.
It's been my joy and pleasure. Thank you, Mel. And thank you for allowing me as much leeway as possible to just get a lot of my ideas out of my head. So thank you for that.
No, it's been beautiful. I think you've created a very valuable resource. And I think that because it is evergreen online, that it's going to serve our local clothing industry for many, many years still to come. So thank you for creating this treasure with us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So for those of you who are watching, if you would like to sign up for any of Colleen's masterclasses, you can contact her at info@patternworks. No. Sorry, Colleen at Patternworks.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
.co.za, and that's COLLEEN at PATTERNWORKS.co.za. Thanks for spending time with us today.
Perfect. Thank you.